Allegiance. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We have a full quorum. We're here, and so are we ready to start with beginning? And Mr. Carmel, do you have a report from closed session?
We didn't actually have a closed session, so I have nothing to report.
Okay, thank you. We'll start then with item 2. And that is our special reports that we've been having each month to kind of have updates on where we are in various very important areas that we're working on. So we'll start first with Commander Taylor from the Sheriff's Department.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Is your mic on?
Yes, yes,
Great.
it's on.
Okay.
Big crowd. I always like to play to a big room. For the period from May 28th until June 25th, Sheriff's Office received 282 calls for service in Cambria. That's a slight increase from the 263 calls for service during the last reporting period. Within these calls for service, we had 16 traffic stops by deputies on vehicles that were either suspicious or had committed a vehicle code violation. We had 12 pedestrian contacts, 14 alarm calls for both audible residential and car alarms. We didn't have any thefts of property related to those alarms. We had 19 disturbing the peace calls, which is a decrease from the 35 disturbance calls we received last month. Those calls included reports of loud music, construction noise after normal hours, and neighbors arguing. We had 3 vandalisms. One was in the 2100 block of Trenton. Front window of a residence was broken. 1900 block of Richard Avenue, a truck tire was slashed. 4000 block of Burton, someone jammed paper clips into the doors of the locks on some hotel rooms. We did have 6 burglaries reported. 4500 block of Highway 1, suspects stole copper rain gutters and spouts from a farmhouse. Losses estimated at $5,800. 2500 block of Village Lane, suspects used a cutting torch to remove a lock off of a storage unit, but apparently they didn't want to take any of the items, so there was no actual loss. 2400 block of Village Lane, suspects broke into a pickup truck and stole a stereo with a $700 loss. 400 block of Weymouth, suspects entered a residence and stole silverware. The loss is still being calculated at this time. 2900 block of Burton, we had hotel guests report their luggage stolen with a loss of $5,600. And the 400 block of Cambridge, the suspects stole a purse from a vehicle parked in the garage of a vacation rental. This is kind of an interesting case. The garage door had been left up overnight, so the suspect had gone in and stolen the items. Victim's credit card were used at several auto parts stores in Paso Robles the following day. When deputies investigated the use of the cards, they discovered that one of the cards was used at an O'Reilly's auto parts store. During the course of the interview with the employees asked the deputies if they'd like to have the rewards card membership number of the person who used the credit card. Of course, being trained investigators, we'll take all the help we can get. So we were able to identify the suspect in that case. He's been interviewed. The investigation is still continuing. We're waiting on getting video of the purchases being made, and the loss was $360 in auto parts. We had one incident of spousal abuse in the 2500 block of Main Street. The husband and wife were arguing. Wife slapped the husband across the face, and he responded by grabbing a camera and hitting her in the head with it repeatedly. Victim was taken to the hospital for treatment in San Luis Obispo, and the husband was arrested by deputies for felony spousal abuse. There were 11 theft reports. Among these, there were propane tanks taken off of an RV parked at the 1700 block of Londonderry. There was a baby stroller stolen off a front porch in the 2000 block of Fern. The remaining thefts involved items from unlocked vehicles. On the 17th of June, we were notified by Cambria Fire Department of a fire in Fern Canyon. An investigation by the fire department determined that the fire had started in an illegal encampment on public land in that area. While the fire is still under investigation by CAL FIRE and Cambria Fire, we sent our deputies out. They posted the area with 72-hour notices to vacate. I also made contact with the people living in the encampment. They've been checking back regularly. It appears that the people have vacated, although there is still a tremendous amount of trash and other items that will need to be cleaned up. At yesterday's Fire Safe Council meeting, I was informed by Mr. Persinger of another group of encampments along Highway 1, just right up the road here, where the road is actually terraced in 3 spots. So after the meeting, Mr. Persinger and I hiked in, and he showed me where these areas were located, and I spoke to one of the occupants of the campsites, and then I had the deputies respond yesterday afternoon, and we served everybody there with the 72-hour notices to vacate. The property is Caltrans right away, so strictly speaking, we're probably not even obligated to do the 72-hour notice, but to just be fair about it, I'm following the same procedure, whether they're on private land, public land, land conservancy property. We're going to continue to follow up with that group and try to get them out before Caltrans comes and removes all of the items. And I'm looking at assembling some teams of deputies to come out and do basically a survey of the area to try and determine. I stress that we need the public's help in identifying the locations of these, so every hiker that goes out for a recreational hike, if they see a camp, jot down where it is and call us, and we'll follow up on it. But I feel that it's of such importance because of the fire danger that I'm going to put deputies out to do some hiking and find out where these places are and start posting them, that they need to move out, come out of the creeks. I don't have a solution as to where they should go, but I can't turn a blind eye to them remaining in the creeks when we've already had one fire that could have turned very ugly if the weather conditions had been different. So we're going to try and get to all of them and get them out. And those that want help and need help, we'll get them help. And those that choose not to be helped, they're going to have to move somewhere else, at least until fire danger is over. And that's the report. I'll take questions if anyone has any.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the board? Thank you very much, Commander Taylor. Next, we have Chief Miller report with our Cambria Community Service District Fire Department.
Good afternoon, President Robinette, members of the board. This may be the last time I address you, so it's a little bittersweet here for me. So I'll get right into the report here. As mentioned by Commander Taylor, we had a fire on the 16th at about 11 o'clock in the canyon. The tree house, as it's referred to, that's at that location is very impressive. We just had Lily from KSBY News out and shot some footage of that, so I don't know what time that runs. Is that 5 p.m.? You might want to take a look at that if you're interested in seeing the extent of that structure. It's very impressive. Obviously, the fire danger from that type of thing, I mean, we have overhead lines running through the pine trees. We have homeless encampments. We have very high fire danger, you know, and there's a lot of opportunity for different ignition sources to cause us a problem. On the 16th, we had a high relative humidity. We had relatively low wind. It was in an area that it could have been a very serious fire. So luckily, we had the conditions just right to keep it in check and due to exemplary efforts between CAL Fire crews and our Cambria Fire Department, we were able to keep it to a fairly small area, about a 30 by 30 patch. So we continue to be concerned about the fire danger in the community, and we are trying to deal with that on several fronts, one of them being public education, outreach. We continue that at a high level. Our abatement program, weed abatement program, is well underway right now, the deadline being July 1st. There'll be considerable amount of thinning and activity that you'll see revolving around that probably through the month of August. CAL FIRE team continues their LE 100 inspections on improved parcels. With that being said, we've also had a considerable amount of collaboration from PG&E, Caltrans, the Fire Safe Council, and individual homeowners in the community are throwing in on this, and I feel like we've had a very cooperative effort. One of the main players in this that has done an exemplary job is the county roads. We've removed more dead and down timber in the last 30, 40 days than we have in the last 10 years. And that needs to continue. As I have stated before, this problem didn't take off overnight, and it won't be cured overnight. But we're working hard to abate the danger. Cambria CERT, under the direction of Michael Walsh, was able to coordinate and execute 2 extremely effective chipping programs over the last 2 months. I'm very proud of their efforts, and I would really like to thank Michael Walsh and the CERT team for all of their efforts and the cooperative effort between the San Luis Obispo Fire Safe Council for the funding for that, and also the California Conservation Corps for providing a lot of the work, and my reserves, Will Walker and Tyson Hamilton and Tim Murdoch, who assisted as well with that effort. So we plan to possibly have another one of those events next month. As long as there's a need for chipping, we're going to keep trying to push that forward. The Cambria Fire Safe Focus Group has been revived. That is a stride in a very positive direction for this community. They work as an arm of the San Luis Obispo Fire Safe Council, and they have provided a lot of support for us through grant funding and different ideas that we're bringing to the plate to try to get involvement in the community. And right now that has reached a very high level, and I'm very encouraged with the effort that they have put forth. One of those being an effort to develop the local hazard mitigation plan, which I realize is a long-term program, but will need to be initiated in some form for us to be able to procure federal FEMA funding to continue to mitigate the problem that we have here. And in the event of any type of natural disaster, it would also provide recovery funds. And I really highly urge the board to support their efforts. The annual 4th of July fireworks display has been canceled. That was my call. I could not justify our efforts for preventative fire prevention efforts and allow a permit to be issued to have a fireworks show in the town. I didn't feel that we were sending the right message with that. That's on me. If there are questions or problems with that, I would be more than happy to take phone calls or answer questions and try and justify that, but I just don't feel like it's the right thing to do this year. I think it's a no-brainer. We have received word that we have received the SAFER grant to hire personnel. There was a bit of a faux pas on the request amount that we put in there. We worked with Alan Labossiere a year ago for the fully burdened prices for salaries and benefits for 3 employees for 2 years. Apparently we undershot that. For what reason, I haven't quite figured out yet, but I will delve into that. That is my faux pas. I believe that even in the event of receiving the grant in the tune of $400,000 over the 2 years, it's still a viable program for us, and I would urge the board to consider that. With that being said, that's the end of my presentation, and if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Chief. Do we have any questions from the board? Director Thompson?
Yes, Chief. I just wanted to point out too that the American Legion Post 432 did support your denial of the permit, and feel also that it would not be good to move forward with fireworks this year. And we will be having a big band concert during pretty much the same time period. A 17-piece orchestra playing patriotic music and big band music, and something appropriate to the holiday as an alternative, along with the other picnic activities during the course of the day.
And the Cambria Fire Department, as always, will be right there, willing to assist with whatever type of control efforts, EMS coverage, any of that type of thing that is needed at that event. I realize that fireworks are a big part of the 4th of July holiday, and I have not received any negative commentary on that, which surprises me, but I know that there are a lot of folks that are probably disappointed with my decision on that. But I have received a great deal of support, and I appreciate that. So thank you for your comments.
Going along with that, just on that topic, I would also like to support what you did. We did have a meeting and discuss this, and I noticed that we have other communities here along the Central Coast who have also made that decision. And then we had also talked about the concern, because we're not having the fireworks, that some people, regardless, will still want to bring their own little illegal fireworks or wherever they're getting their fireworks. We had talked about during that evening beefing up maybe support in the neighborhoods. Could you talk about that for a moment?
That's a very good question, and thank you for asking that. That was one of the negative viewpoints on the cancellation of the organized show, was that it possibly could encourage the use of fireworks with people that just can't live without them. We will step up our surveillance and investigation of the area around Shamel Park and throughout the neighborhoods on the 4th to make sure that doesn't happen, because that would be a negative outcome from my decision. I would hope that the community would be intelligent enough to realize the risk involved with taking that approach. There will be a zero tolerance approach taken to that, up to a $2,000 fine if anybody is caught with fireworks. I realize a lot of these folks come from out of town, Bakersfield, Fresno, in that area. It's part of their family history to come to the coast and have campfires on the beach and have fireworks. When I first came here in 2005, we shut down fires on the beach. For 2 years, that was a challenge for us, but everybody has fallen into line. I'm hoping people will do the right thing, but we will be vigilant and we will staff up for that, and we will work cooperatively with CAL FIRE, the state parks, and the sheriffs to maintain a watch over that to make sure that that can't happen. I mean, it's unacceptable with our current conditions.
I think it's important for everyone to know that we will have extra and certainly partnering with CAL FIRE and other agencies to do that. If someone had a problem in their neighborhood and somebody was clearly, celebrating a lot, and we could see, that fireworks were going to be a part of that celebration, where would they call? They wouldn't call 911, would they? How would they get a hold of someone to let you know that this is going on?
The best number to call would be the non-emergent fire station number, which is area code 805-927-6240. That would be the best number to reach the Cambria Fire Department. There are non-emergent numbers that are published for CAL FIRE. There are non-emergent numbers posted in the phone book for the sheriffs and the park police. And any one of those would be appropriate to call because we do communicate with each other. We work well together. We always have. And this will be no exception. So any of those avenues would get the information. And if there's a problem with that, 911 is there for their use. It's probably not as appropriate as the non-emergent lines, but in this case, with our fire danger that we have now, it might not be a bad option just to call 911 if they're having trouble finding a number.
Thank you. That is very, very helpful. Director Rice?
Thank you, Chief Miller. Two items. The SAFER grant, for the amount of the grant, is there some flexibility, like we could hire 2 staffing, or we have to hire 3? Can we hire them at like a different pay rate? I mean, are there possibilities to be flexible if we can't get the additional funding for what actually the fully burdened cost of 3?
Yes, there are. I spoke with our grant writer, who is a fabulous grant writer.
Who is that?
Emily Torlano, our engineer. She has been trained. It's a passion of hers. She's done a great job. I spoke with her this morning. I feel like the problem with the faux pas on the numbers was probably on me. Mm-hmm. I got those numbers a year ago, and I may have transposed those wrong, and I gave her the direction to just go with that because I figured we hadn't had any raises since for that time period, and I thought they would still be valid, and I didn't double check it. So I spoke with her this morning about the possibility of amending the grant with FEMA, and she felt that there was a little bit of wiggle room there to bump that up, and it looks like there is a possibility of maybe putting in a program where we start the position at like a $40,000 level, which is a considerable amount lower. It's more than 10% below our starting engineer salaries, but I do believe that it would still attract a lot of interested applicants and possibly firefighter paramedics for our team. A similar situation, the board would have no obligation in 2 years to continue those positions. A similar situation happened at the 5 Cities Fire Authority, where the SAFER grant personnel that they had on board were not retained, but they were able to be put on a higher list, and around the county. They were the first firefighters that were drawn, and they all are employed now full-time with other agencies. So I think it is a true benefit to them. I do believe that it would be something that a lot of our reserves, our paramedic reserve personnel would be interested in. And I think it's still a viable, the pay scale ultimately would have been good to be set at maybe 10%, 5 or 10% lower than that starting engineer pay. But that is not the case, but I do believe it's still viable.
Okay. Thank you. And then the other question that I had was, I believe that I heard something, maybe it was when they had the fire safe focus for the county meeting here, or something that you said at one of our meetings about talking to landscapers, because when they're using equipment that could cause sparks and cause fires, that there were some discussions going on with folks that were using those pieces of equipment to let them know that they needed to be careful. So that kind of outreach, is that still going on?
Yes, it is. Our the contract employees that we hired, the group, in this case it's Bushwhacker, we inspect their equipment. They are in full compliance. It's written in the requirements for the weed abatement contractor. Our other better-known contractors in the community are all aware of it, and they all use spark arrestor equipment, and we check that. Occasionally there are homeowners that do their own work, and that's where the problem comes in, because we don't have any way to really know that they're coming into town to deal with that. That falls back to the outreach and the publication of making sure that they know that they're not supposed to, to mow before or after 10 o'clock in the morning, and that they should have the spark arrestor equipment on their trimmers and their mowers. So we're doing the best we can, but that's where the problem area would be with the individual homeowners.
And outreach to the folks that are living in encampments, just on that front, because this is a beautiful place to live, even if you don't actually have a roof over your head. And I would imagine that the folks that have those encampments, whether they're elaborate or not, don't want their own house to burn down. That's where they're living. So are we doing possibly any outreach in that area to try and, I don't know, give them fire extinguishers or safer camp stoves or something? I know it's kind of funny, but these are folks that don't have a roof over their head who are trying to.
Yeah, I understand.
I'm sure they want to be responsible.
It is a bit of a dilemma, because if you displace them from where they're
just
at,
going to go somewhere else.
They go somewhere else. Yeah, and it is a problem. We haven't gone so far as to recommend that they have fire extinguishers out there, because that's encouraging the encampment. Although it is interesting that you asked the question, because the encampment, this elaborate encampment that we discovered on the 16th, was well outfitted with fire extinguishers. They also had solar power, electrical generators. It was amazing. And you'll see that if you watch the KSBY stuff. I believe that Lily caught a lot of that, but it was very impressive. Windows, locking doors, beds with headboard, full carpet, kitchen sink, railing, balconies. I mean, the person that built this had talent, and they're building these tree houses. I believe that they have a future in building tree houses if they would want to. So.
Thank you.
But to answer your question, no, we have not done any outreach with the homeless community on fire extinguishers, but that might be something that we look at.
I know there's organizations that do stuff to help folks that are without a home.
It's kind of a fine line that we have to walk between being able to stress the fire safety, but also not advocate that it's okay to live in the forest out there. So,
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. It was good, good serving this board, and I will see you on the 7th.
I was going to say, we're
until
not
then-
saying goodbye yet.
And we're not saying goodbye yet, but this will be my last report, I would guess. So, thank you. It's been a wonderful experience, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And Chief Miller did touch on the work that's going on cooperatively with CAL FIRE and the Cambria Department. And you are next on the agenda if someone from CAL FIRE wants to give an update on how those inspections are going or other things that you would like to share. Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Alan Peters. President Robinette and board members, there were 5 things I would like to update you on. Chief Miller did touch on a couple already. Our inspection program continues very nicely. It's been great to see how cooperative the community and receptive that the community has been. We've noticed we've done just shy of 3,000 inspections so far, and we've noticed on a number of those that are second inspections that the folks in most cases have gotten out there and completed the work that we suggested the first time, so that's always good to see. We have 2 inspectors that are working Monday through Thursday, so that will continue probably throughout the summer. Secondly, the PG&E grant that I mentioned last time to the Fire Safe Council for hazard tree abatement is moving along. What we've done to this point is identify many of the hazard trees that we want to address with that funding. First being on the CCSD property, both the ranch and the adjacent parcel to the north behind the water treatment facility. We've flagged, if you see pink ribbon there when you go hiking, that's my ribbon. We flagged 190 trees on the Fiscalini Ranch. So we've had offers from other fire agencies to come and help with that problem, which will be great to see. The Arroyo Grande Hot Shots from the Forest Service and Santa Barbara County Hand Crews and others may come and help us address those trees. So, thirdly, the Fire Safe Council also submitted 2 weeks ago 2 substantial grants through the CAL FIRE Greenhouse Gas Reduction Grant Program. So those have been received and are being reviewed at the moment. So that's going nicely. Hopefully before too many weeks we'll see if those are successful. Those would address forest health. It kind of split the area down the highway. So one grant would address the public land west of the highway, Fiscalini Ranch, green space, Rancho Marino properties in those areas. The other grant would address primarily the Covell Ranch and the undeveloped areas on that side of the highway. Let's see. Next Monday, State Parks has provided us a spot to install a portable RAWs next Monday, so that will hopefully help us do a better job of predicting the weather and doing more precise weather monitoring, so we can predict when those high fire danger areas are and make adjustments according to that. I believe that's the end of my report, unless you have any questions.
Questions? Director Rice?
I know.
I think he has one more. Go ahead.
Sorry if I just jumped in. Robert Lewin, President and Board. I also want to mention the Fire Safe Council gave $10,000 to purchase a helicopter dip tank. We're going to place that in Cambria. We're discussing where to put that, probably near the desal plant, so that we have a ready source of water that won't affect the community's water system. So a big plus for if we get a big fire.
Thank you.
And the other project that's not happening real soon, but it's in the works for the summer, is that I will apply as the state to get a encroachment permit from Caltrans to treat the highway right away along, from Burton to the north, so the whole corridor there. So we will hopefully address that also this year.
That's great. Thank you. Director Rice?
I know that in some areas they have signs that say fire danger, and there's a, an arrow that kind of goes and says how high the fire danger is. Is there any possibility of getting signs like that in this area?
That's a great question. As a matter of fact, we have just addressed that because we've gotten, I believe is it 6? How many locations? 3. 3 locations? So the fire department and us have worked together, so we will be installing 3 signs on Ardith, Burton, and Cambria Pines Road, I believe. Or I'm sorry, I don't have the exact locations, but nevertheless, they're the same sign holders that we use throughout the county, the large redwood signs with the plywood dimension prevention signs. So yes.
Thank you.
I have then just one comment. You had mentioned by now, and I know you have all, and in cooperation with the CCSD Fire Department, you have been working together, and the last time I'd heard, you had already gone and had inspections on residential at 1,500. You'd already visited 1,500 homes, and now you're up to 3,000. That seems like really making progress, and so, you're getting close to the finish on that, which everyone appreciates for sure, and the information that you hand out. The other thing is, when I saw the last report after 1,500 inspections, our Cambrians, actually 80% of the homes that you visited passed on first visit. And so I was wondering if that relationship is pretty much the same after 3,000.
Well, and as I mentioned, several of the 3,000 are actually second inspections. So
okay.
Many of those did show that the folks got the work done that we suggested from the first inspection. So they no longer have a red dot on the map. So we like to see that. So it's been so we haven't actually done 3,000 residences. So we've done probably about 2,500 residences and several hundred second inspections. So we're trying to keep up and with the timeline required by the process.
Thank you. I think it says to our community that we are truly a community that takes all things we can do to keep Cambria safe and to conserve water. The conservation, of course, as we all know here, we have done a tremendous job compared to other communities in the state. And I see everyone getting very much involved with and ready for you when you're coming to do the defensible space inspection. And, so it is something where I really like to give credit to the fire departments and credit to our community because we like to be ready. So it's nice to hear that confirmed. Thank you. Yes, Vice President Cliff.
I was at the NCAC meeting the other night, and the Latino representative there asked questions about the material that's being delivered. Is any of it in Spanish?
We do have a number of Spanish publications. Those exact ones we have, I don't think we had those. We have a number of material geared towards children that are in Spanish, but we do have some, and we will make sure and
it might be good to just have that along
yes.
in case you run into a situation.
Yes,
they had a question about that in some of the areas.
We do have that, and if they have internet access, of course, a lot of that's available online because
okay.
our website provides both, so
okay,
it is online.
Okay, well, thank you very much for the report. Moving on now to item 3, and our first presenter does not actually need any introduction. This is a lady that everyone here knows well, I believe, Shirley Bianchi. We want to welcome you here today, and she's going to give us our first, and certainly I hope not the last, just kind of update on the activities that you have been leading so well as only you can do. So welcome, Shirley.
Well, thank you very much for that introduction. Actually, I came across someone last month who didn't know who I was and had never heard this voice. So, but I wish to thank the board manager, Jerry Gruber, for reserving this time for me to explain to the CCSD and the public just what the Cambria Fire Safe Focus Group is and what we have accomplished already in such a short time. The Cambria Focus Group has been formed under the umbrella of the San Luis Obispo County Fire Safe Council, which was incorporated as a public benefit corporation on May 12, 2000 by the state of California. It is not a government entity. The stated purpose of the council is to provide education, exchange information, and foster fire prevention and fire safety within the county of San Luis Obispo. At the Cambria Focus Group meeting yesterday, it was voted to use this purpose mission statement as our own, with the obvious change, too, within the community of Cambria and the North Coast. When I was asked by the County Fire Safe Council to be the chair of the local focus group, I realized I had been out of this sort of thing for about 8 years, and I needed to get my head around the problem here in Cambria. After much thought, I came up with the following picture in my mind. I could see each agency and organization in Cambria as being a sandbox. Within that sandbox, they had certain rules and regulations, experience and expertise under which that agency or organization operated. I called all of these, in my mind, their toys. Now, some of these toys could be used for the entire community, but for anyone to access these toys required searching each agency and organization. I envisioned this focus group as being a big community sandbox in which we could group these community toys in one place for easy access by the community. And we also, the whole focus group, has a real sense of urgency to get this job done, because if we couldn't build this big sandbox, the community was going to end up with a great big litter box. The members of the focus group consist of representatives from CAL FIRE, Cambria Fire, CERT, healthcare district, schools, and organizations within Cambria which have been studying the problem of fire within Cambria for some time. We are attempting to compile all of this information in one location and in a format that will be easily accessible and understandable by the general public. We have only met 3 times, and so far we have established a list of priorities, with the most important being prevention and planning and forest maintenance and health. As a result, we have established an educational and public information committee to use every possible means of communication to reach every and all community members, using social media as well as the older, more traditional means, and also to have information in all formats available in Spanish. Within prevention and planning, we have identified problems with evacuation procedures, the need to register cell phones with the sheriff for reverse 911 calls, the need to speed up the county planning process for at least portable cell towers, which are called cells on wheels, or cows, the need for, and so the creation of a response plan coordinating all of the divergent response areas from agencies and organizations into areas with names familiar to Cambrians, such as Lodge Hill, Happy Hill, and so on. And thanks to a GIS master's graduate student from Cal Poly, we've achieved that coordination of the response areas. We have established a group to seek an encroachment permit from Caltrans to clean out the highly combustible material adjacent to Highway 1 between the Santa Rosa Creek Bridge and Ardith. And Alan Peters wasn't at the meeting yesterday and doesn't know he's on the committee. This includes eliminating the homeless camps dotting the landscape. We have had a practice evacuation drill for members of the focus group to identify problems. And much like the fire drills we all had when we were in school, we hope to plan larger drills in the future for various areas of the community. We believe that practice makes perfect. Relative to the forest itself, I thank the CCSD for agreeing to be the permit holder for the blanket tree removal permit to facilitate the removal of dead and dying trees. And on that, at the NCAC the other night, the question was raised over where to take the trees if it is not possible to transport trees out of the area due to pine pitch canker and or bark beetle infestation. That problem is being addressed through treating either the lumber or the chipping/mulch prior to moving it out. One of the remaining problems with the removal of the trees is the cost, and grants are being applied for by every possible agency to help in this really quite considerable problem. One of the final hurdles is the preparation of a local hazard mitigation plan. I think you've heard this word before, or LHMP for short. The County Fire Safe Council strongly supports, and I assume you have the letter from them in your packet, strongly supports, as does the local focus group, the authorization to prepare and submit this plan. I've passed out for your information a briefing page regarding the need for such a plan on the back of this talk, which I gave to you all. But for this day, I've tried to boil the information down to just a few critical points, to wit. Federal law prohibits Cambria from using the county LHMP as its own. Information from it? Yes. The entire plan? No. Without an LHMP for Cambria, FEMA will not consider grant funding for a hazard cleanup. This is not limited to fire, but includes at the least floods and earthquakes. You could throw in tsunamis along with that. Cambria has suffered from both of those in the past and will in the future, whether we like it or not. The LHMP opens the door to FEMA funding. No LHMP, no funding. It may take 36 or more weeks to prepare such a plan, but without preparing such a plan, in 36 weeks, you will have nothing. With such a plan, you will have access to pre-disaster mitigation funding as well as post-disaster funding. In short, it is similar to an insurance policy with a one-time payment. As I said, both the County Fire Safe Council as well as the Cambria Focus Group strongly urge you to prepare such a plan. And for members of the public, I have copies of a more scholarly briefing paper to pass out, and I'll put them in the back. Again, thank you for this opportunity, and I will attempt to answer any questions, and if I can't, I'll let you know.
Thank you very much for that very comprehensive overview, and it is very timely. It couldn't be better. Appreciate it. Do we have comments, questions? Yes, Director Thompson.
Yes, thank you, Shirley, for the work that you're doing. It's very important to the community.
Thank you.
Two things. One,
well, excuse me, but we have a whole group, like 23. We need to.
Yes.
The first 2 or 3 nights after we have met, I go home so jazzed because of all of the enthusiasm and information and knowledge that group shares with each other. So,
yes, well, please convey our thanks to the entire group. I'm sure that that's shared by all. 2 things. One, with respect to the portable cell towers, those of us that live on Marine Terrace especially are concerned with the issue of lack of cell coverage. I mean, reverse 911 does us no good because we don't have cell coverage. What is the process for doing that? Or is it, do we require Coastal Commission approval, or can we just wheel them in and put them in locations, or how would we do that?
It's a public review process, and it requires the cooperation of the cell company. You know, they have to know that they are going to get profit back for the expense that they put out. But we are very fortunate on the Fire Safe Council to have the chairman of the County Planning Commission, and he yesterday volunteered to start putting pressure on to see if we can see if county planning can expedite the approval of the cell towers and work with whatever cell company is willing to come in and cooperate with us. But it's vital for not only the citizens, but it's also vital for the emergency services. They use cell phones.
Indeed.
And I understand about not having a cell phone when you need it, because where I live, we don't have a cell phone.
Yes. Well, thank you for that, and we certainly would look forward to hearing more about it. The other thing I would just ask the general manager to respond to after you're done is with respect to what would be our process for the LHMP. And so, but thank you.
And if I would speak to that too, if you don't mind, Director Barringer, first. It certainly is, as also a member of this group, is the most collaborative group and getting a lot done. We've already had, as you said, the first fire drill. I was called, I got the call, and I got right out and right there. And one of the things that I think is going to be a most valuable really result of some of the work that is taking place is we spent meeting before last on this the whole time. How would we help in a neighborhood that actually had in this case, a fire, and considering having a leader in the neighborhood that first of all knows who's home, who's not home, who's going to need help to actually evacuate. Do you want to speak to that? That's going to be an invaluable part, I think, of the work.
Yesterday at our meeting, and fortunately, CERT has volunteered to help organize the communities in small enough areas that we can, you have kind of a Cambria watch, neighborhood watch type thing to help, for neighbors to help neighbors. That's what Cambria has always been known for. And so CERT is going to be helping with organizing that.
Yes, because when we did the list, I was very interested in the process. And one of the things that came up that was probably the number one concern was that panic could be a real problem in a real event. And I think where this group is going to make some of our best contributions will be this somewhat of the neighborhood watch and coordinated so that people, hopefully do feel if something happens, you have a group of whatever we decide, 14 houses or whatever, someone's going to be in touch with you right away, too, to help you. So I thank you for that.
Well, people panic when they do not know what to do. And so a great deal of our effort is going to be going into the public education and how the public should respond to a fire. And we're keying off of CAL FIRE's brochure that's called Ready, Set, Go. And you'll be hearing a lot more about it. Believe me, probably by maybe October 15th, if it rains, you'll be sick of us.
No, I don't think so.
I hope you will be sick of us.
And the Ready, Set, Go is one of the things that is given out when they're doing the home inspections right now, too. So everyone in Cambria will and should have a copy very soon. And Director Barringer attended in my place
in
yesterday.
Your place, and I want to comment on this Ready, Set, Go theme on the outreach committee. I thought it was fantastic in every way. Barbara Bronson-Gray, Ken Persinger, and Susie McDonald did a fantastic job, and you're going to be seeing a lot of that. It's not just the Ready, Set, Go package, but it's neighbor-to-neighbor activities and competitions among neighborhoods. It's going to be really effective, and I really appreciate them doing that, and I'm for Cows on the Ranch. So.
Cows on the Ranch. Okay, thank you. And Director Rice?
Thank you, President Robinette. This is actually a process question for us. Do we need to be putting something on the agenda? Does the board want to have an official representative as part of Fire Safe Focus? Or are we going to just have individual board members attending?
I believe there was a little on communication. I believe that in the beginning, the chief thought that Shirley was going to get in touch with the board, and you believe that the chief was. So anyway, I got involved. I was contacted, and so I'm serving in that on behalf of the board. But if I'm not always there, I certainly am going to call on each of you to be involved, because it is a wonderful example of collaboration couldn't be a more worthy focus.
I appreciate you taking the prerogative to be there so that we're represented. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Next, we have then an update on work that's been going on with our strategic advisor, with Dean Flores. So we welcome you back. Nice to see you again.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members. I do have a PowerPoint. All right, so let's just go to the first. I'll be very brief. I know you have a full agenda meeting today, so I will try to shoot through this. Okay. There we go. Madam Chair and Madam President and directors, let me first kind of give you what I'd like to talk about today. The first is obviously communicating the message. A little bit on legislative updates. It's been busy. It's been busy there. They're racing to get bills to each other's house. A little bit on the regulatory environment. I do want to talk about the financing, which I think is where we left off last meeting. And then I'd like to talk about state parks, if I could. So let's go ahead and go through this. Next slide, I guess, would be. So for the May-June communications, we have had these discussions, very good discussions with the water boards, obviously the water resource agencies, Cal State Parks, which I'll talk about at the end of this, and the Coastal Commission, all of which are trying to outlay the larger conversation of where the board is going, what the priorities the board has, what the vision is, and more importantly, what the process will be. And there is a process, I should say, I think I may have mentioned to a few of you, that working with the state is a little bit like moving a cemetery from one side of the street to the next. It's slow, tedious, you've got to be careful, you've got to follow process, and at the end of the day, there are some definite defined goals. And I think the key to talking to each of these agencies is to make sure that they understand where you're going, what you want to be, and more importantly, they have some very large hurdles in the sense that they'd like to everyone follow the process, and I think we've had a lot of conversations.
Just for a moment,
Sure.
Gentlemen, if we need to talk, which is great, can we ask that you either hold it or you're welcome to talk elsewhere, but we would like to hear this too. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and go to the next slide. Just on the water board agenda, the State Water Board has had a pretty serious and steadfast agenda. I'd just like to point out two important decisions, at least on their part, on the bottom, and one legislative decision on the bottom. The first is that they did approve the amended guideline to the water recycling funding programs. This has been an ongoing discussion with really no resolution until this time. And so I think it's very, very helpful because I think it gives the State Water Board the ability and your board to understand what will be the rules and procedures and guidelines that will be in place when going through the loan financing. And this was definitely one of the highlights of the board's meeting over the last 2 months, given that the governor has really been focusing on water recycling and wastewater treatment. The goal here obviously is to create more water, and it seems as though the boards have been really very responsive in this sense. I also want to point out that there was, at the last minute, I know you're not surprised, a trailer bill in the budget talking about exemptions for two categories. One, an exemption from CEQA on recycling projects. The other, an exemption from CEQA on what we would call high priority water projects in the state. Both of those were highly debated, and at the end of the day, there was a compromise, surprise, surprise, right as the governor signed the bill as of, I believe yesterday or the day before. So the CEQA exemption for wastewater and, if you will, recycling projects now is so limited, it's limited almost to what we call the purple pipes. You know, those types of projects that really need that extra step and really are in process of trying to get done. So I think we were trying to figure out how that relates in some sense to what is happening here at the district. A lot of districts are looking and asking the question, will this help us in some aspects of our operations get some of these projects completed? And I do know we'll be working with your general manager to try to figure out what this means. It's one of those last-minute amendments that always goes at the end of the process. The governor signed it, and now everybody is trying to figure out what it means. So hopefully we'll get back to you and try to figure out what that means. We do know it will have significant types of, if you will, positives for those trying to complete projects. The question is what types of projects will qualify. And I think that will be probably the next task, and we'll definitely have that report to you next meeting. Okay. On the water refinancing, or the financing stage, I'd just like to say where your district is actually at this point in time. And if I had one other box here, it would probably say in review. But I think at this point in time, we have applied under the financial assistance application. There are some significant quadrants that need to be completed. But I think the important point is we are now in process. That means that you're in the system. You are with probably about 35 other types of entities who are seeking to do this. It means that you've been assigned someone, and more importantly, it means that the division now will start to sort through your project piece by piece. And the way it probably will work is that they will take small pieces of your information, they will analyze it, they will send you 20 questions. You will answer those 20 questions, they will send you 15 more, you will answer those 15, and they will ask you 20 questions on the original 20 questions. So I guess the point I'm trying to make is a very, very thorough step-by-step sequential process is now in place. But I think this work that you have done so far has at least given us a pretty much of a head start and put us in a quadrant that is beyond just submittal. But there is going to be a process to follow, and we're going to be making sure that we're working with you and making sure we're working with the state to make sure we have that process in place and that everything is working as it should at the state level. Okay. Big point here, obviously, is unlike a lot of projects, you have a project manager assigned. And that means that we know the project manager's name, they know your name, and Bob's going to be pretty busy, I guess, over the next 30 days because there's going to be a lot of interchange between the project manager, the GM, the district about what kinds of information needs to kind of move this project forward. I will say that in my view of the projects that I presented last meeting, you already are in kind of a second category. A lot of work has been done, which I think is a real positive. The question simply is how to make sure the process moves forward. And with the amended guidelines that were just passed, I think that's going to be very much of a positive. So I think it's in great shape in terms of where we need to be at this point in time. However, diligence over the next 30 to 60 days is going to be super, super important in terms of making sure we follow all the steps from the state. Okay. Maybe the last slide I just want to end with is that we had a wonderful conversation with State Parks. They do have a new director. As you probably know, there's been quite a bit of turmoil, if one might say, at the state level regarding the agency itself. And I would only ask Director Cliff to comment at some point at the end of this on how he felt it went. We also stole Bob for the meeting. But I would say that if I could summarize the meeting, everyone wants to start a new day. Everyone wants to work together cooperatively as much as possible. And more importantly, I think they want to figure out how to find a better way to deal with some of the issues that the district itself has had trouble with at this level. So I think the goal here is to keep the positive dialogue going. I would say that the state director herself is very, very interested in everything that is happening here. But I do think we have to kind of work from a teamwork perspective, work together to make sure these ongoing dialogues actually produce some positive results for the district itself, and particularly when it comes to access. That's going to be our key goal over the next couple of weeks, is to make sure we have a longer than a month-to-month interaction of access with the state parks, and hopefully we'll go from there. And Madam Chair, that's really all I have for today, and you have a full agenda. But any questions at all, I'd be willing to answer them.
Comments, questions from the board? Vice President Cliff?
Yeah, I have had the distinct pleasure over the last month of spending several days in Sacramento, along with Senator Flores in his pursuit of promoting our program and projects within the state. I have found that he's been very effective in explaining what our position is, where we're attempting to go, and been very effective at meeting with agency people that probably have a lot of could have a lot of effect on us that we would not even know exists. And I think that's an important point, is that on the local level, if we were making contacts, and maybe Bob would also talk to this is that we make contacts with people we think are the decision makers, when in fact there are many decision makers in many different agencies that, quite frankly, I didn't even know existed. Sacramento is a bigger town than even I thought it was, because there's people in strategic points all over the place. Senator Flores has been able to get us in those offices to be able to make a presentation on a positive nature. Was last Monday we were at State Parks. It was a very, very productive meeting, very open, very desirous of us working with state parks and meeting their needs, and them having a reasonable ability to meet our needs too. So I think that's a whole new ball game, and I suppose some of you know that in the past I wasn't the greatest supporter of state parks, but I discussed that with the state parks director, and whole new day. So we're talking about a whole new day of a whole new way of looking at things, and of meeting and kind to come to some cooperative efforts. And quite frankly, I think Senator Flores was kind of the arbitrator or negotiator of those kinds of things, and I think that's going to be very helpful. So it's been very interesting. It's been somewhat amazing as to the amount of people we could contact to present our story, and I think we've got a good way forward. It's complicated and it's tricky, and it requires being right on top of things all the time, and I'm pleased with what Balanced Public Relations has done in terms of making those contacts. That's really all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Thompson?
Yes, Senator Flores. Having spent some time in Sacramento myself in the past, I can appreciate how important it is to be able to have access to the key decision makers, and I thank you for that. Just a question on the wastewater funding available. What are we talking about? 7 million, 10 million of funds that we would be accessing to improve our system here in Cambria? What's the
Yes, go ahead.
Madam President, I didn't want to answer for the engineer. I think it is not a moving target, but I think the maximum would be 10 million, and I think somewhere between the $7 and $10 million range. I'm not sure, Bob, if that's the final number. I know that the last report I was here, you had a 10% presentation to you by Carollo, but though I'm not sure what that final number ended up being.
Sure. I can add to that. I'd say that the estimate by Carollo is around $7 million in round numbers. When we had our discussion in Sacramento, again with the recycled water program manager, the matching fund was around 35%. That could be from Prop 1 funds. And then the balance of that, they've tied it now together with their state revolving fund. So you can actually have the balance then tie into a state revolving fund, because it's sort of an all-in-one application process now. The state has really done a lot to streamline the grant process and the revolving fund application process. So the revolving fund money was anywhere from 1% to 1.5%, depending on the timing. And that I believe, had at least a 20, if not longer, period of time to it. So it's a very ideally low interest rate right now through the state. So that was another positive that we picked up on during our earlier meeting on the grant funding. So again, I really appreciate Senator Flores' input, and I've just add to what Vice President Cliff was saying. You can be right and you can be wrong, but you can be very wrong in how you're being right. And I think with Senator Flores' input, we're going to try to make some inroads in communications, and and just having the time to even sit down with state parks. We're all stretched so very thin at times. I think the wrong impression comes out because we just haven't had the time to communicate to begin with. So hopefully we'll make some improvements along those lines. Yeah. So thank you.
Madam Chair, we just say that at least with state parks, that was one of the longer meetings I think I've been in, and it was interesting to watch and very positive to watch Director Cliff and the state parks director have a long-needed dialogue that was in the works for a bit, but I think everything was great. We just have to keep it that way moving forward, and I think it was, I think we had at that point, the right folks in the room for that conversation, which I thought was very positive, and it went a lot longer than I thought. I think there were lots of issues that I think got cleared up, and I thought it worked out very well.
Yes, Vice President Cliff?
I'd also like to give some kudos to Bob Greasens, because situation, as an example, occurred last Sunday night when all of a sudden we didn't have the right people at the right time, and I think Bob got a phone call at his breakfast, and 4 hours later he's sitting in State Parks office in Sacramento. So that's the second time that Bob has made that round trip just on call, and I doubt that I would do that, but I did appreciate the fact that the technical knowledge, granted, we had the political background and that kind of thing, but the technical knowledge that Bob has provided on just a moment's notice to these people has been very appreciated.
Yes.
And made a big difference, I think, in the meetings.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just on that, and then I'll go to you, Director Rice, to finish up on that conversation. It was certainly a tribute to everyone that was in Sacramento Monday, but I happened to be the one that it was just circumstances that I was the one that called Bob, because I realized that if we could, we really needed to at least have some information from Bob at the very last minute there. So I called you about, I guess, a quarter till 8 or 12 in the morning and said, so hi, how you doing? What you doing? And he was getting ready to come to work, and I said, well, I told him the situation about the meeting in the afternoon, and it's really a tribute to your dedication and how much you care about your work and what you do, because he, in no time at all, he said, I think I'll go. I said, you'll go? He said, I think I'll just get in the car and drive to Sacramento right now. And that really needs to be acknowledged. And so I too wanted to say thank you very, very much for that.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Director Rice?
Thank you for your report, Senator Flores. Question on the communicating the vision and what the longer term goal is. It seems a little ephemeral, and I think we all kind of vaguely know where we're heading, but it would be nice to be having that discussion at a board level, and so that we're all comfortable with what is the vision that's being communicated, because it's not just, it doesn't seem like it's anymore just about permitting for the emergency water treatment plant. And so it would probably be a good discussion to have at some point soon, to have those kind of, so we're all kind of clear.
Yeah, no doubt.
Including you,
and
because
think,
you can't advocate a vision that isn't clear.
Yes, and I definitely will come next meeting and lay out some of those after having conversations with all of you. I can tell you just big picture, we have a lot of different agencies with a lot of different agendas and a lot of old problems that they have in their minds. And most of what we're trying to do is, one, to get past some of those items, to explain some of those items, more importantly, show some positive movement on those items. But then, as you said, we have a short-term issue with the emergency plan and a more of a medium to long-term solution with the financing for the wastewater plant that makes it all cohesively work, and quite frankly, work for all the agencies. So I do think there's a long-term, if you will, medium-term vision for this. It all somewhat seamlessly fits together, but it would be, definitely would come back and try to give you that whole pipeline, if you will, to that process. Makes a lot of sense.
Any other comments? Well, thank you very much for the report.
Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, we'll move on now to item 4, and that is agenda review, additions, deletions, and pulled consent items. For our consent agenda, are there any items that we would like to have pulled? Director Rice?
I'd like to pull E.
Pull which?
E.
E, all
from
right.
consent, please.
Okay, so noted. And E is in excited? Yes, E is in excited. And Director Thompson, would you like to also pull an item?
I'd like to pull item 7C just for purposes of chatting about it for a few minutes.
Thank you. All right, so duly noted. We have E is in excited and T is in good, comrade. Okay, so no others? All right, then we will pick those up on the agenda at that time. We'll move on to item number 5. This is public comment. We have some public comment under item 5, and so we will first have, who signed in right at 12 o'clock, I appreciate that, Dylan Theobald, if you would come up, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good
My name is
afternoon.
Dylan Theobald, and I'm the stewardship manager for the Land Conservancy of San Luis Obispo County. And the reason I'm here today is to talk about that fire that occurred on the 16th that Chief Miller also mentioned. So basically, 9 p.m. on the 16th, 911 call went out. The fire department responded quickly and was luckily able to put this fire out. Further investigation of the fire revealed the homeless encampment, and a very extensive one at that. My guess is they're probably living there for 1 to 2 years. And so now the question is what to do next. The homeless encampment is on property owned by the Land Conservancy. And so I'm here today to ask for help with cleanup. We're organizing a cleanup day next week, Wednesday, Thursday. I rented a 40-yard dumpster that's going to be delivered to the end of Trenton Avenue. And basically, we need all the help we can get. I don't know if the CCSD has anyone available that could come out, but basically, I'm going to start around 9 a.m. Wednesday, Thursday. I put some handouts in the in the front of the room if you want to take and spread around the neighborhood. There's also a photo of the homeless encampment there. It's going to be a pretty dirty job, so we're going to provide rubber gloves and masks. But if you're going to come, make sure you bring long, sturdy work boots, long sleeve shirt, long pants, and also just want to emphasize that this is a community issue. It affects everyone. Just because these people were removed from this house, they're going to go somewhere else. And the fire is a really close call. We really dodged a bullet. So just want to encourage awareness about homelessness in the community, and if you see something, you should say something, and just encourage communication and a community effort for cleanup. And I'd be happy to answer any questions if anyone has any for me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, on Jerry Wood on public comment. And you have 2 topics here. Okay, yeah, so it's not a 6-minute, it is a 3 minutes, but you can address both under 3 minutes. Yes, thank you.
No problem at all. First one, I was exercising my hot rod. I drive around town a lot. And I was down by Fire Station 2, down by the pump station, and I noticed there's a travel trailer parked right next to the Fire Station 2, and it is hooked up to water, and it's hooked up to power. And I assume that's on CCSD property, and my concern is, 1, is it authorized to be there? 2, is anybody living there? Is it safe? And if they're using CCSD utilities, who's paying the bill? Since we all pay water and power bills, so that's my concern on the trailer. The second item is the SAFER grant, which Chief Miller indicated that FEMA had ready to go. They're all approved, and it is my wish that the board take a very active stance in signing the approval letter, so that can happen, and we can get additional staff for our Cambria Fire Department, which is very much needed, and in the long run, I believe would save some funds because of overtime costs. And this is like almost free money for three, 4 firefighters, which are needed desperately. And so anything that the board can do to expedite getting that approval signed so we can get the money, the better off we are. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy, did you want me to read your comment under public comment? Sure. Okay. This is public comment from Kathy Smith, and this regards the need for some enforcement or code regarding parking off-street in brush, whether weed whacked or not. The off-street parking in the vacant lots, I think, is what you mean. And
I actually see it around houses. Lots come right up to their property, and they have visitors, and there are a lot of cars that have nowhere else. I mean, they have someplace to park, but they think it's okay or better to park in the vacant lot.
Come up to the mic, Kathy. It is a problem. I think we all are near some open space, vacant lots, and they have turned into parking lots in a lot of places. Mm-hmm. And there's all kinds of complications to that, fire hazard and what have you. But please go ahead.
I think in the past, I think it wasn't as big a concern. Obviously, we all know it's a huge concern now for any possibility of a fire. And these are all good people. We're all good people, but we just have visitors and we have people, and I've even seen some cases where they'll carve out a little spot where the brush is a little weed whacked, but there's larger brush around it. And I just think, I don't know if there's even a code for it. I don't know if there's any kind of law against it, but I know it's difficult, but I think something should be brought to the attention of the community about where they park. You know, it needs to be on a roadway. It needs to be not with a lot of brush around it, because we all know in Santa Barbara and other places there have been many fires caused by that. So that's all I had to say.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And next on public comment we have Jay Olejak.
Very good.
Thank you.
Well done. Yes, Jay Olejak. I'm the chair of the BAC, which is the Bicycle Advisory Committee. It is a committee established by the Board of Supervisors. I am Bruce Gibson's appointee. And he thought it would be a good idea, as we do our update, that I address your board and give you some facts that have changed. As you know, our update is underway, and Public Works is in the process of making some changes. However, what's probably more important is that there's been changes done by Congress. As you know, we are required to do an update to qualify for grant funding, both state and federal. Congress has changed the way the money is being allocated in transportation. The grants are going to be now pulled together, which will now include safe routes to schools, some PED or pedestrian, bicycle and active transportation, perhaps some ADA, and also shoulder maintenance are now going to be in one pot. The other, probably more significant change is that the large urban areas are going to get the lion's share of this funding. So we're going to be in a competitive fight among all the other smaller, more rural counties in the state. So with that in mind, I would like you all to take a look at our bikeways plan. We do have our website up. One other thing I'd like to include is that bike paths have now been moved to Parks and Rec. So Parks and Rec is using that because bike paths, in essence, are multi-use paths in this county. So we thought it was a good idea to give that to Parks and Rec, though we do meet with them once a year and have a collaborative meeting, a joint meeting. And this is, my being here is an effort to improve the communication among all the agencies and among all the citizens. As you've already heard, someone had to take a long jaunt up to Sacramento for one meeting. And we're trying to avoid that and let the right hand know what the left hand's doing. We're fairly successful with Los Osos in District 2. They were going to restripe the road after all the pipes were put in the ground, and we caught it just in time so we can have the proper striping and not have to do that twice. So this is why I'm presenting this little change in our method. Also, we may want to consider a hybrid committee now that all of these areas are part of the Congress's new allocation system. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I am Elizabeth Bettenhausen of Cambria, and I just want to observe, we got 4 decades older again on average age in here since the stroller baby got rolled out. For a while, we were almost young. I want to thank Mr. Gray, the Public Information Officer for CCSD, for responding to my letter to the editor of the Cambrian. I'm sorry, however, that no response was given in that to my concern about lost water. You might remember if you read my letter last week. The CCSD had 25 million gallons of unaccounted or lost water in 2014. Of every 100 gallons of water that the CCSD pumped from the wells in 2014, 16 gallons were lost. In 2013, it was only 9.7 gallons, and you know that your goal is 8% of lost water. How does the CCSD explain the significant increase in unaccounted water last year? And Mr. Gray may want to correct his response regarding internal accounts. He attributes to one account what is in fact the total water used by internal CCSD accounts. And the increase of water in the internal accounts was 23% all year, not 55 as he took the whatever numbers he was reading. As you know, I emailed, because I copied you, Mr. Gruber, on June 4th. I have not heard back from him, asking that now that the state law has been changed, and you must report to the State Water Resources Control Board monthly the use by residential, commercial, institutional, and industrial water, I ask you, who's in charge of deciding where different accounts fall for CCSD? Who's in charge of reporting it? And how are you going to get it on the website? I get sort of tired of submitting PRRs, and I'm sure Ms. Monique Madrid gets very tired of me doing it too. But that's the only way we can get crucial public information. If you just put it on the website, we won't bother you that way anymore on about 90% of the information, I suspect. So please put it there. It's not extra work for anybody because you already are obliged by law to send these data to the state, not just to Elizabeth, who is always peering at your website, which in several ways is still quite out of date, but I assume that it will get improved dramatically, regularly, and speedily. But I thank the Public Information Officer for responding to my letter to the editor very much, even though I think there's considerable misunderstanding. And if I sent you the chart, I assumed he got it from the general manager. And if anybody in Cambria would like my analysis of 2 years of billing summaries for water use in Cambria, I will email it to you in a flash, even faster than that. And my email address is elizabethbettenhausen@gmail.com. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes request for public comment. Vice President Cliff?
On the Land Conservancy, do we have some staff that can help out through the ranch people or Carlos?
Yeah, I made myself a note. I'm going to reach out to the chief and see if he has some reserves, or reach out to water, wastewater, and admin too. You know, we're not above to get, you know, the only thing a 20-yard dumpster, 20-yard dumpster is 40-yard dumpster. You know, we probably need 3 of them, but yeah, I made a note to myself, and I'll reach out and I'll send it to all the employees and see if we can get out there and give them a hand. Just be careful too, because the area they're referring to is really high in poison oak, and I look at it and I get it, and so just if you are out there, just be careful of that. So.
Okay, thank you. We are moving on now to item 6, the general manager, and followed later by, after A, followed by B with reports from the board. So, General Manager Gruber, if you would like to give your report.
Thank you, Madam President and board members. I'll be brief. I have some bullet points, and then all the associated reports are attached. One thing I do want to mention, though, under Human Resources, that Monique Madrid recently attended a technical training for clerks during the week of June 8th to the 12th, and Monique is now only 9 points away from remaining in order to obtain her certification for that. So that's a real plus to her. First item is a fiscal year budget for 2015, 2016. I don't want to gloss over this. I mean, we're going to get to the point where we're going to discuss this later on, and Patrick's going to introduce it, and I'm hoping everybody had a chance to read my general manager's letter, but these are some extremely challenging times for the district. It's sort of like the perfect storm. We have a deficit of about $600,000, and that's because we continue to do infrastructure improvements, but our water and wastewater revenues are significantly down. So we need to continue to focus on efficiency as an organization, and how we can continue to provide the highest level of service with all of our departments in the most efficient manner possible. I just want to make sure that we all continue to do that as an organization, but as departments. The EWS emergency water supply, just wanted to touch briefly on when we're going to start that. Kathy sent me some emails and asked me when is the date. I don't have a magic date. But what I do have is kind of an established criteria. I think the board's deferred really that decision from an operational perspective to 4 of us. Orlando at the wastewater plant, Justin, who runs our water department, Bob, and myself. And what we're going to continue to do is we're going to continue to monitor the WBE well, which is the Windsor Bridge East well. Remember, when that gets down to 3 feet or below, when it gets down below 3 feet, we can't run Santa Rosa unless we apply for another waiver. Our waiver has expired. So when that WBE well gets to 3 feet or below, then essentially whatever we have in storage in the Santa Rosa wells, we won't be able to run unless we can get that waiver. So we're at about, 20-something feet in the San Simeon 1 and 3, and about 50 feet right now in Santa Rosa. And we're also, the other variables we're looking closely at is the San Simeon well field. We're at about 17 feet. And we also need to consider the gradient, the gradient that's out at the wastewater field. So all those are variables, and they'll all play into when we decide to start the EWS. We'll keep the community involved. We'll keep the board apprised of when we're going to start that. But if I was to kind of give you some general guidelines, I think we need to be, around the 10-foot mark in the San Simeons, 8 to 10 foot. We need to make sure that gradient doesn't go negative out there, and then that would kind of be the time frame. So I don't think that's going to happen as early as July 15th as we originally anticipated, but we'll keep you informed on that. The grants and the application update, I think Dean did a great job on the process. We have our initial application in for the wastewater treatment plant, and Dean's did a really good job on covering that. Proposition 1 training, Vice President Cliff went to that, and maybe he can touch on that a little bit. And thank you for going to Sacramento. He's been spending a lot of time on the road lately, and it's hard on an individual, and so Bob and Merle have been doing a great job. Just a real quick status update on the 3 goals of the board. The first one was to get our regular coastal development permit, which is probably more of a long-term goal, probably a year, 18 months or so, 2-year process. Where are we at in that process right now? The EIR is in the process of being worked on and completed. There'll be a review period when that's completed, and then when the EIR is done, we'll apply for a regular coastal development permit from the county, and that's the process. So I'll keep everybody informed on that. The grand jury responses, I just attached those. The blanket tree removal permit, it's true, and I want to make sure we characterize this properly. We have applied. There are conditions within that permit, and the direction the board gave staff and the district council was to bring those conditions back and make sure that we can live with those conditions. So just because we've applied doesn't necessarily mean that we have agreed as a lead agency to do that blanket permit. It has to be conditions in which the board feels that we can live with, that's in the best interest of the community, and something that staff has the ability to implement and manage and follow. I think Chief Miller and CAL FIRE guys did a really good job on the fire update. Chief Miller's retiring July 7th. I'm sorry we didn't do a proclamation today. It's a busy agenda, as you can see. So July, I've reached out to Supervisor Gibson, and I've asked him to do also a proclamation for Chief Miller. And I've reached out to CAL FIRE, and Captain Hollingsworth has kind of reached out to some of Chief's people that he's worked with over the years. And so July 7th, I would prefer, really ask that everybody come. We'll have cake. We'll have Chief Miller retirement cake. And I'm hoping that we fill the place. I really do. Shirley touched on the Cambria Fire Safe Council, the CAL FIRE inspections. We talked about that. Pros and East Ranch improvements. Where are we with that? Let me go back to our goals. We have 2 other goals that I forgot. One is the second one was the East Ranch improvement. So we've completed the topography study, which means it's an aerial shot of the land over there on the East Ranch. And when that report was done, it allowed us to put a contract out for grading and drainage and sloping and drawing that up, if you will. Not to start the work yet. We haven't started the work yet, but we've put a bid out we actually awarded a contract to get that work done. So the result of that will be a grading and draining and sloping plans, and then we'll put that out to bid, and I'm hoping we can get a local contractor to do some in-kind work for us. But again, we'll keep the community up to date on that. And then the third goal for the board is to make significant improvements to the wastewater plant and address funding. I think we've covered that already. So that's what PROS is doing. That's what our Parks, Recreation, and Open Space is doing. We meet the first Tuesday of every month here in the Veterans Hall at 10 o'clock. PROS meets every month, so I'd encourage everybody to come and be a part of that. Wastewater I could spend an hour on, and I won't. But one of the items today before the board is to continue to make significant improvements to that facility. Just to let everybody know, last week we got our nitrates down and our effluent down in the mid-7 range. I don't necessarily know that it was an anomaly. That's AWTP, Advanced Wastewater Treatment Plant standards, and we've continuously got them down. We were in the 40 ranges not too long ago, and continue to get them down. Got them down to 10. Don't necessarily know we'll be able to sustain 7 in our effluent going out, but I just really want to thank the wastewater guys for all the hard work they've been doing. Really quickly on the water, and I'm glad Elizabeth brought this up, and I need to do a better job in communicating this. So her letter to the editor resulted in our response, but it also resulted in us doing some more homework. We have an agreement with a rancher, and that meter is considered an internal meter, and that particular account used a great deal of water, a significant amount of water during the period in which she referenced in her report or her editorial. And so we'll come back and we'll work on that and clarify that. But I believe that is the internal count that represents an overwhelming majority of the water that's unaccounted for the district. Actually, we did an internal audit, and it resulted in all of our other internal accounts being lower than they have in the past. So I believe that one large internal account for the rancher came up to about 14 acre-feet of water or so. And I'm in the process of evaluating that agreement now and making sure that, because it is an older agreement, and making sure that everybody's abiding by the terms of that agreement. The dead tree removal, the county easement, Chief touched on this, the good job that Public Works is doing with the county, and I've included some pictures in part of my general manager's report. They removed 160 trees. So you're starting to see a lot of trees, everybody's efforts, our fire department, CAL FIRE, Shirley's group. We've identified 190 trees behind the wastewater plant. Carlos has cut down a bunch. So I think our motto should be one tree at a time. Every day we should take a tree down. Well, I don't necessarily care where it is, or if it's on the ranch or on easements or something like that. It's the same way as how do you eat an elephant. You eat an elephant one bite at a time. We can't look at the entire 3,500 acres and say we're never going to be able to do this. We're making progress with the chipper days, and with everybody's efforts, we're making progress. And if you just do the numbers really quick, we're well over 400 trees already been removed by everybody. So we're getting there. But it's going to take some time to get it done. Again, continue to make infrastructure updates or improvements. It's a really important part of this budget, and we'll be talking later on about the formation of a rate ad hoc committee that needs to address multiple infrastructure-related issues, not just the wastewater plant. There's a lot of things that the community needs to improve in. And then I just wanted to talk about, without going into any detail, and I think it's important to know that the community, what you've spent on the Land Watch lawsuit so far that's been brought against the district regarding the EWS. It's about $100,000 so far, and that doesn't include the appeal process that we're currently underway. I can't discuss any of the details about the lawsuit or anything like that, but it's not necessarily, and it's unfortunate, about who wins or loses. It's about just driving the cost up and continually this process. And so we've just started this, and we're at $100,000 a year money already. So it's sad. It really is. But I think it's important that you know that you, as the taxpayers, have paid $100,000. We're probably going to be relatively soon up to about $130,000 on this lawsuit, and hopefully we'll get it resolved in a timely manner. So, if there's any questions that I can answer for the board, I was just going to say, here's my general manager's report. Is there any questions? But with so much information on, and Carlos and water and wastewater and admin and everybody, Bob's engineering report. It just includes a lot of information, although we've shortened it. We were requested by the board to not include a lot of operational things, and we didn't. But if there's any questions I can answer for the board, I'd be more than happy to at this time.
Any questions at this time? Director Rice.
Thank you, President Robinette. Question about the tree removals. My understanding was we're still in the process of working on the permitting, but we're already taking trees down. And so are these the trees? So it's kind of going to be an after-the-fact situation with the trees that are on our property that we're dealing with versus necessarily the folks that would be included in a larger umbrella or whatever.
That's a very good question, and I'll answer it the best I can. So the trees that we've removed are the ones that are on the boundaries or on our property that pose a direct or intimate or direct safety hazard to somebody's house, and so those are dead and they can be removed. Regarding the process in general, I'll defer to Tim on that. I don't want anybody to think that we're just, going rogue and going out there with chainsaws and cutting down the Monterey tree forest. I think it's very well planned and thought out, and I think that everything we're removing right now, we have the ability and the authorization to do. But with that being said, I'll turn it over to Tim and see if he has.
That's fairly accurate. The blanket permit that we're looking for is actually a permit that we're going to act as a conduit for the general public, private property owners. It's in process. We don't have it yet, but it's intended for a different audience. It's intended for a citizen who has hazardous trees on their property, has to go through the permitting process, which, as you probably know, is rather expensive and time-consuming, and would allow a much more abbreviated process and a waiver of all fees. So what we're talking about now is authorized through the county, but it's not a part of the blanket permit that we're applying for.
Okay. On that same, if I may, President Robinette.
Yes, certainly.
The county code has exemptions for a tree removal permit isn't required for any tree that is in a hazardous condition and presents an immediate danger to health or property, which it seems to me any dead tree would be, especially in the fire danger that we're currently in, would fall under that. And then any tree that has a trunk measuring less than 8 inches diameter at 4 feet above grade. So if it's a smaller-ish tree, it's not required to have a permit. I'd also like to mention the fact that $126 is not cheap to get a permit. It is such a small part of the entire amount that it costs to take down a tree that it seems to me that the delay and all of the money and time that's being spent on this blanket permit may not be worth the investment that we're putting into it in terms of helping the community, because when you're looking at taking down a tree, it's going to cost you $1,500 easy, and that's a medium to medium large tree. You get a bigger tree than that, and you're looking at easily $3,000, $4,000. So that's $126. In relation to that is maybe going directly to the Board of Supervisors and asking if there was any way that they could do some kind of partial waiver for Cambrians, or getting somebody up here from planning department so that we don't have a bunch of Cambrians that have to go down there to do the permitting. It just seems like maybe there's a different way we could be coordinating this that costs us a lot less time and energy in trying to get something coordinated when really this doesn't seem to be working. We've been working on this for a while, right? I mean, not through any fault of the county or even on our side, because everybody's really trying to get there. I know everybody's really trying to get there. I'm not trying to lay blame. What I'm trying to say is maybe this is, since it is taking and it has become so complicated, maybe this is not the way to go, maybe.
Well, we knew going into it that this was a very unusual permit that we were seeking, and we knew there'd be bumps involved. We're sort of waiting for the conditions. The county's coordinating its efforts with the Coastal Commission, which normally means they're going to be looking at some potentially significant costs associated with conditions of approval. But we can cut that off at any time. We made the application about 10 days ago. It wasn't a particularly onerous process. The county staff has been really excellent working with us. One other thing, and the benefit of the permit is it's going to expedite any private property owner's ability to get the permit. In and of itself, applying for it individually, and when you have maybe 200-300 property owners applying at the same time, it's going to bottleneck very quickly. So that's really the purpose of us applying, is to speed the process up and reduce the fees associated with it. One thing I'd like to note, you did mention the county has an exemption for hazardous trees. It's delineated in their code very specifically. We did take the liberty of preparing a letter to property owners that educated them with regard to that process and sort of spelled out and made it a little bit easier to apply for that particular approval. It's not a permit. It's called a land use authorization. But I don't think people should be misled into believing that they can simply go out and take the trees down. You still need what's called a land use authorization from the county in order to do that. And we did try and get the word out that that process is available so people will start taking down hazardous trees immediately.
So the land use authorization is really what the blanket permit is for?
Well, it gets a
Or
little
it's both? I know, that's what I'm saying, it's very complicated, I
complicated.
understand that. I just want, if it's not worth it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, we're getting an actual permit. The land use authorization is slightly different, and it deals with this exemption, which really isn't an exemption, it's just a reduced process. So, yeah, it is, and we hope to be back at the meeting on the 7th with a permit, or at least with draft conditions, so you can say, go or kill it.
Director
Thank you.
President Robinette.
Director
can I
Barringer.
comment on that in the package, right in your packet, right after CCSD goals, is a letter that is, I believe, has been sent to those that have dead trees flagged by Cal Fire, and it's in a little package, and it does give you do have to pay $126. And I'm going to do it myself on Monday, just to see, we'll go through the process so I can experience it and understand how quick or not it is. I have some trees I want to remove, and so I'm going to go through the process. By the 7th, I should be able to report on how easy or hard it is to do. So thank you.
Well, we'll actually have a little pilot going here then, see how this is going. Thank you. Okay, yes, Director Rice?
I didn't hear from the finance person, so I just had a couple questions on the report that's part of the general report and not on the budget. Is this the time to be doing that?
Yeah, those are addendums to my general manager's report, so if there's any questions, and I didn't want to gloss over Patrick's.
And I'm going to do it's just a quick thing.
But if there's any questions of expenditures or Patrick's finance manager report or anything like that, yeah, please, this is the time. Thank you.
So I'm looking at, I don't see a page number. It's titled Budget at a Glance Fiscal Year 14-15. I'm sorry, I don't have a page number. Sorry.
Oh, I got it.
Okay, so I'm looking at, under the fire department specifically and parks and rec specifically, there's a rather large difference between the actual through May and the projected through June, which says to me that the actual through May, the difference between those is a significant amount of money. So what happened in June that we have all these extra, that it kind of ballooned?
It mostly doesn't happen in June. It mostly happens in July and August when I go in and reconcile all the accounts. Through the year, we get charges in and we write checks and we record expenditures in certain accounts. At the end of the year, then I have to go through, once it's all done, rather than trying to do it during the year, at the end of the year, then I go in and reconcile all those charges, and I move money around to where it was actually expended. I recognize capital expenditures. I recognize debt service payments, things like that. So that's going to be the big difference. Where I put the projected includes all those adjustments that I haven't made yet. That's the biggest thing.
I see. Thank you. That's very helpful. And then maybe I'm wrong, but it looks like there was a disbursement in May of 2015 if I look at the expenditure reports. And I'm going to have to, I put a note on it. Let's see. It looks like that we paid CDM Smith more than $100,000.
Oh, we may have. Maybe that slipped by me. That's possible.
Yeah, it's 110, so it's close. But, I mean, around 100 is still, that's nothing to sneeze at, so.
No, I understand. And I just visually go through this, and it's a very hectic time, so I missed it.
No, you're busy with budget and lots of other things. I know, tracking water use and all of that. So thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions or comments from the general manager's report? Okay. All right, then let's move then. And there was no request for public comment on 6A, although we have some just coming in, but not those. So are we ready to move on then to the ad hoc reports? All right. So who would like to begin on what's been going on in the last month? Director Barringer?
I'll just make a brief comment. We took the sewer replacement ad hoc committee that Director Robinette, Director Rice and I are on. We had an ad hoc committee meeting. We also took a tour of the plant. and they gave us this 1995 upgrade brochure, which is very nice.
1995.
And 1995, I
Collector.
thought, well, that's really pretty recent. You probably and now I realize that's 20 years. Reggie Perkins, John Angel, Peter Chaldecott, Patrick Child, and Helen May were on the board at the time, and you remember Brian Bodie and others. So it was a pretty good upgrade, and it's due for another. And so we'll be working on that here in the future. And I did attend that fire safe meeting, but I think that's been adequately covered. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Let's see, we have any other reports? Vice President Cliff?
As I indicated earlier, I'd spent several days in Sacramento, and I guess I probably explained it as best I can, or we'll deal with it on 7E, and so I don't have any additional.
Madam President?
Okay. Yes, General Manager Gruber.
Since this is about committees, I want to have Monique make a note. Really think the Conservation Committee hasn't met in a while, and in some of these things that have been discussed about unaccounted for water and things like that. So I'll ask that we schedule a Conservation Committee, and then at the July 7th meeting or the July board meeting, the Conservation Committee can have, even though it's not heavily funded, there's still a lot of activities, and I think there's still a lot of questions that that Director Rice and that Elizabeth have brought up that need to be addressed from a conservation perspective, so we can get answers to those. So I'll go ahead and schedule that meeting for that ad hoc committee.
All right, very good, thank you. Okay, so we have no other reports then under meetings in this last month. So we will actually at 2:30 take an 8-minute break before we move on.
Before the consent?
Before we start the next item, because people have been sitting 2 hours now. Time to get up for a little stretch.
Of the motion is to have something like to bring that to this community.
Thank you very much, and thank you for doing this. I'm going to, before board additional comments or discussion, I'm going to take the prerogative to have public comment at this time. We do have a request for public comment. So Mel McCulloch, if you would come up for public comment. One of our finest veterans in our community.
President Robinette and board members, Mel McCulloch. I'm not here to speak on this Wounded Purple Heart veteran designation for myself. I'm here to speak on it for our other Purple Heart awarded veterans in the community. And after Michael sent me a picture of what he had found in Texas, he kind of assigned me the task of seeing what I could do not only here at the Vets Hall, but also another space or two in Cambria. And so today I'm here to representing the American Legion and also the Cambria Chamber of Commerce, whose board approved this also. And that's some 450 members strong who support this designated parking space. I also have been in contact with Frank Honeycutt at the Public Works in the county and talking to him about another area or two where we might have these parking spaces in Cambria. And he, in one of his responses to me, he said, and this is word for word out of his email to me, a private property owner is free to designate spaces this way if they so wish. So there is no problem putting this designated space out in front of the Veterans Hall, and maybe even replacing signs of one of the spaces that are out there. So I just wanted to let you know that we strongly support passing this item and allowing the sign to be put up so that we are honoring and giving a place for our wounded veterans to park. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Director Thompson?
Just one add on that. In terms of enforcement, there is not going to be any citations for anyone. I mean, it's going to be self-enforcing. The folks that park there, there's not going to be anyone handing out tickets or whatever, but it's so.
And I had asked about this too. Are there any special license plates, though, from time to time that people do have?
There are, but that wouldn't be a requirement.
It's not a requirement.
Correct.
No. Okay. And Director Barringer?
I'll just move that we.
I'm going to make a comment.
You're going to make
too.
a comment. Okay.
Okay. Not quite ready.
I won't move yet.
But thank you.
I was concerned. I was a little bit concerned about, we don't have a land use authority or anything else, but Mel did clear that up for me.
That was a very important aspect of what you shared, and we appreciate that. Vice President Cliff?
We do have land use authority on the two other parking lots that we have, and whether something one at each of the parking lots would be appropriate, it's up to the board, but it would not be out of line necessarily to put. I mean, we put disabled spaces there. Having one such like this might be something that is good, and also kind of tells our visitors to the community what we think too.
Thank you. I think it does definitely speak for us as a community and how we honor all of our veterans. The picture, I'm sorry, it's just here in the binder, but we're all, I think, when we see these, I hope they're going to look similar to this, and certainly everyone in the community will recognize the honor and the respect that we are wanting to show as a community. I think it's another way that we always remember and honor our men and women who have protected our country with bravery and with dedication and pride. This is another way to say thank you. So this is one of those things, I think, again, that speaks very much to our community and how we honor those who have been there and have helped us in so many ways. So if there's no further discussion, do I hear a motion?
I'll move that we approve item 7C.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we approve item C, and I think we can just do a voice vote on this. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you very much. Motion passes, I think, 5-0. Let's move then on to the next item, and that is E, and that is, if you would you like to speak to that, General Manager Gruber?
Yes, ma'am. I believe Director Rice pulled this and wanted a question answered, or she had a question to ask staff regarding or a comment regarding the consideration to extend the agreement of consulting services for balanced public relations. So, am I correct, Director Rice, on that?
Yes. I was trying to find in the minutes from the meeting when we had the discussion about hiring Senator Flores. We did have a fairly extensive discussion about the letter of engagement and some specific things that we wanted to see within that. I'm kind of frantically looking for those minutes. I thought I had brought them with me, and I apologize. But there was a couple of very specific things that we asked to have happen, and as part of just kind of an accountability issue. And it's also not very clear to me in the little addendum that's here what the I don't know if it's a standard. We give you 30 days, you give us 30 days for quitting, or we're hooked in for a year, or what?
It's a standard consultant services agreement that has a 10-day termination provision. Either party can terminate on 10 days' notice.
And is that on general manager's authority or board authority, or how does that?
That would be your authority.
Okay, thank you.
One other thing. Oh, yeah, I do. I recall the conversation, and I recall Monique and I working through some of the language that was requested to be included in the agreement itself, and I think the scope of work actually identified those provisions and included them.
Yeah.
I can read some of them.
It's just not included in our packet, and it would have been kind of nice to, since it had been revised.
Yeah, and I can read some of the sections if you think it's relevant.
That would be good, since it's not in the packet.
Two of the issues where you wanted to see a representative at our meeting, actually Mr. Flores, at our meetings reporting directly. That's a specific provision. Consultant will regularly consult with the district and will report at all regularly scheduled board meetings, which he has done. And then I think the idea was to have sort of this direct liaison, literally Mr. Flores acting as a representative. And in that regard, we included a provision that said consultant will act as a direct liaison with other water advocates and potential strategic partners of the district, will participate in coalition building activities and so on. So we really did try to capture the essence of what the board wanted. I can separately send you the scope of work. So
It just would be nice to kind of have it as part
I'm
of
also quite confident that if the board wanted to add something, Mr. Flores probably wouldn't have much difficulty in
right, and that's a conversation we can have with him. I'm glad to know that. I mean, I don't have a problem with him so far. He's definitely followed through on what he said that he was going to do, even though it's somewhat vague on even where we're going at the moment. But I feel like he's going to get us more focused on track with where we need to be going. So that's the main reason why I wanted to pull it. I didn't see the full agreement, and I wanted to make sure I understood what the district's agreeing to in terms of his contract. Thank you.
Ready for a motion?
No, we have any further discussion? Okay, we have public comment on this item. Elizabeth Bettenhausen. Monique.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I'm Elizabeth Bettenhausen from Cambria, and I was interested in just listening to this exchange because I would have assumed that you would have had standards by which you were making the judgment as to whether to extend this contract, rather expensive contract it is for this consultant. And I'm somewhat disappointed, but I don't know the ins and outs of the board and how you work with the general manager on this, so I wish you well in making such judgments of policy. I certainly thought today, hearing this gentleman speak, from balance, what is, my glasses are wrong, balance public relations. I'd rather it were imbalance. That might generate some enthusiasm. But I thought he was immensely adept in the report. at introducing local public servants to the higher echelons of government. I think really good at that. And he can get you in behind those closed doors where there might be smoke still. I don't know if people do that, but I think, he can sneak you into the power places. And that's a smart judgment to make if you want a few million here and a few million there. So you're learning about California state law and things like that. I think that's excellent. And it's too bad, we have to hire somebody at such expense to do this, to help you, but I'm glad you're doing it. I think it's very important to get straight what already Director Rice raised before. What are the visions and goals that are that you're getting introduced as having? They're a little wishy-washy so far. In fact, I think ephemeral was the word used. They don't even exist. So what are people being told in Sacramento? I'm glad that Mr. Gressens was able to hop up there in a diddle squat, but what are you telling these people? What is your vision? I would very much like to know. I followed the CEQA exemption question with the law that the governor just signed. Lots of research on Google. That was fun. And you try to figure out what those exemptions are about. So I'm glad you have the man's assistance here. But I would really like to know, do you have any CEQA exemptions that are in your vision and goal, given how long it's taking for us to get any CEQA done on the water project, which is up and would be running if it worked? Well, my last comment is I would love it if you set up a public conversation with state parks, with San Simeon State Park and the community. There might be a whole bunch of things going on between you and them, including the water and the sewer, and I've looked at those old contracts. But I would love to have a contemporary conversation. What do the people in Cambria think should be the situation for tourists who come to San Simeon State Park, or tourists who come to the boardwalk, or tourists who drive up over there and can't use the toilet? Is that fair that we insist that they reduce? Well, we didn't. They just voluntarily reduced their water use by 55%, the state park. Whereas we didn't quite match that, did we? Thank you, red light. You're loud. I won't be proverbial.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Vice President Cliff?
Yeah, I'd like to say that, in the majority of consultants that we've dealt with or I've dealt with in the past, we got a large report telling us what to do and then got left to do it. And in this particular circumstances, it seems that what we have is someone who gives us access and credibility. And even though he hasn't written a big report about all the things we should do, I think he can bring us an idea for the next meeting to outline what's going on. But it's amazing the ability to have access that I don't think we ever had before. Mm-hmm. And what I have been impressed with in leaving several offices and meeting people in the hallway and things, I'm constantly told, you got the right person. Mm-hmm. And so I would say access and credibility is what we have, and it seems to be it's working out fine for us. So I'm more than happy to support this.
I would like to comment too on along those lines. And I would say this, in my mind anyway, it's rather clear what our objectives are, and one is a very important objective, and it will take time, and that is attaining our regular permit for the brackish water desal. Even this summer, when we have need to turn it on, and certainly the state's still in a very severe drought, but if we weren't and we had need to turn it on, we would still have to be in a water emergency 3. So we would have spent all these millions of dollars, and even when we turn it on, we're still in the emergency 3. I think that is very important, and that is part of the work. I think that funding for the wastewater is a very important part of his job. I think he's rather clear on those. And I do want to say, from everything I understand and listening to the reports and meeting with various people, and to me it is, we're going right through the front door. We are not sneaking in any door. And I wouldn't want people to have that impression. He is a very above-board person who has been able to give us some access that I believe will get us to where we need to be, and that is hopefully to have funding to get grants for the wastewater, and certainly to finally attain a regular permit so that we don't have to have this continuing, when it's not necessary, the level 3 wastewater restrictions, not the wastewater, the water restrictions. So that's my observation at this point. I think he's doing certainly a very credible job. Director Rice?
I'd just like to speak to the vision question again and make sure that we all remind ourselves that he's not dictating the vision. We're the board. We set the policy for the district, and it's shifted over to wastewater. And believe me, I'm thankful for getting in the doors. I'm thankful for possibilities of, he knows the pots of money and where they are and how we can get to them and what kinds of things need to be done. And clearly, once he got a little further into the information, it became clear that it wasn't just the advanced water treatment plant, but there's a lot of other things with the system that he could be helpful. He's a problem solver and he likes to do that. And I think that that's a really good thing. I also think that it's not just about getting in through the doors. I think it's also about kind of, in a way, holding the district's hand through the entire process, because there are a lot of very complicated things that have to happen, and we have to do things in the right way so that we don't raise the ire of some agency or other that we are going to have to be cooperating with in the future. I mean, we're going to have stuff, I'm sure. I'm glad to hear that the state parks meeting went well, because that could have come back to bite us in the rear pretty hard if we didn't, you know, have you there. You specifically there, actually, was probably one of the best things we could have had, since you were able to first person deal with building that relationship back to a good space. And I feel confident that that's really more what he will do than just getting us in the door, but actually helping us understand what needs to happen once we're in the door. And hopefully we remember that he doesn't set what our policy and agenda is about what he should do for us. That should be our job, and is our job, and what we're elected to do. He is a supremely confident man who has a lot of good ideas that may be exactly where this board wants to go, but I think we need to be having that discussion openly as a board and not just taking it from him.
And I would agree with you. I think that we have been rather clear with him on our goals and what we need to set, you know, to focus him, and he is definitely on that course. Director Barringer?
I was just going to move that we...
You're ready to move? Let's move.
We have approved item 7E, extending the agreement for consulting services with Balanced Public Relations.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Director Rice. Okay, so moved and seconded that we approve this. I'd like a roll call vote, please.
Director Barringer?
Aye.
Director Rice?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
Vice President Cliff?
Aye.
President Robinette?
Aye. Thank you. Motion passes 5-0. Item 8, hearings. We're into hearings now. We have 4. And so on 8A, General Manager Gruber, would you introduce that, please?
Yes, Madam President. Thank you, board members. This is a reoccurring item that comes to you, and it is discussion and consideration to confirm itemized report of water and wastewater standby or availability charges as provided within the Government Code 61124B, and consideration adopting of Resolution 13-2015, confirming water and wastewater standby or availability charges for fiscal year 2015-2016. The recommendations before the board today would be to receive the itemized wastewater and wastewater standby availability charges, open the public hearing, take public testimony, close the public hearing, have discussion, and then adopt the resolution confirming the itemized Exhibit A of the resolution. The fiscal impact of this action by the board today for the fiscal year 2015-2016 will result in revenue for the Water Department of $175,000 and the Wastewater Department of $115,000. If there's any questions that I can answer at this time, I'd be more than happy to.
I will officially open the public hearing. At this time, we would take public testimony. We have no request for public comment on 8A. So I will close the public hearing. And any board discussion on this item?
Just one clarification.
Yes.
Manager Gruber, this amount is the same amount as last year. It's just each year it's the same amount that we approve.
That's correct. It can't change.
Okay.
It can, but it would be a 218 process, and then there's always the risk of it not passing, and then you wouldn't have the money. So,
And the total amount, pardon me for jumping in, and the total amount, though, could change if there are additional properties because this is charged to the developed properties, correct?
That's correct.
I mean, it's probably been static for a while, but
It has been.
theoretically, the total amount could go up, but not the per property.
Any further discussion? Ready for the motion?
But did we open the public? Did we open the public? No, I'm
We
sorry.
opened and closed.
We opened and closed it. It went fast.
I was asleep for that.
Okay, no snoozing now. So do we have a motion?
I don't have all the details in front of me. What do I have to do? I move that we adopt Resolution 13-2015, confirming water and wastewater standby or availability charges for fiscal year 2015-2016.
Do we have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we adopt Resolution 13-2015. Roll call vote, please.
Director Berenger?
Aye.
Director Clift?
Aye.
Director Thompson? Aye. Director Rice?
Abstain.
Director Robinette?
Aye. We have 4 and 1 abstention. Motion does pass. Let's move now to next on the public hearing, item B. And this is open for public hearing. And if you would introduce this now item, please, General Manager Gruber. Director Gruber.
I was promoted. That's great. Thank you, Madam President and board members. Item 8B before you is a public hearing to discuss and consider Resolution 19-2015, approving a fire suppression benefit assessment, a consumer price index, a CPI adjustment of the rate of 0.2% for fiscal year 2015 and 2016. The recommendation in front of the board today would be to receive the staff report, open the public hearing, receive public comment, close the public hearing, and then adopt a Resolution 19-2015 approving a 0.2% CPI adjustment in the existing fire suppression benefit assessment rates effective July 1st, 2015 in compliance with Resolution 27-2003 and the related engineers report. The fiscal impact relating to this increase, if approved, the adoption of the resolution increase in the annual fire suppression benefit assessment revenue by the approximately $887 for a projected total of $426,362 for the fiscal year 2015-2016. The fire suppression benefit assessment provides supplemental funding for the fire department operations. Just really quick on the discussion item. Well, that's pretty much self-explanatory. What we use for the CPI, basically we use the consumer price index for Los Angeles, Anaheim, Riverside areas. Per your resolution that's referenced above, it's not to exceed 5.4%. The United States Bureau of Labor Statistics recorded a 0.2% increase in Los Angeles, Anaheim, and Riverside areas for a 12-month period ending March 31st, 2015. Patrick can answer any additional questions, or I'm here, or I think maybe the Chief's still here too. But if you have any questions that we can answer for you, we'd be more than happy to.
We have no request for public comment, so close on public hearing. And now I'm ready for board discussion on Resolution 19-2015. Any discussion?
Yes.
Director Rice.
It seems to me that a 0.2% increase and $887 is not necessarily worth the amount of time and energy put into this. I'm just saying that maybe if it's that low, maybe if it's under a certain percentage, we could say if it's under like 0.6%, 0.5%. I mean, anything that's below $1,000 and it's a separate item on the agenda seems like a little bit extreme. I don't know, District Council, if this could have been put on consent, but it seems like one of those things that if it wasn't, maybe because it's a public hearing, it has to be not on consent. I don't know. That's just that was my concern. It seems like $887. It also seems like I saw the number in a budget a number in the budget that was 2%.
I think there's.
Is that something confusing?
I think we need to clarify something with
Okay.
regards to the amount, the total amount that it'll represent for the district. And Patrick, if you want to comment on that.
Yeah, the $887, that's not necessarily what we're approving. We're approving the $426,000.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
No, we're
But if-
approving an increase of $800.
Right, but if we don't approve it, then we're saying we don't want any of the 400.
Really?
Well,
Yep. That's why we have to do it each year. Otherwise, if we don't approve it each year, we don't get the money anymore. And we'd have to go back with a 218.
Well, and also, it probably took me 3 or 4 hours to do this whole thing, so $800 divided by 4 hours, it costs, we're getting $200 an hour for my service. That's
Can
the
this,
bargain.
District Council, can this maybe be put on consent, especially if it's under a certain amount or
Well, it's
something?
got to be a public hearing.
It has to be a
The other
public
thing
hearing.
is-
It can't be.
The other thing
Okay.
is it's cumulative, so you're going to get this $827 for the next 100 years. So it's more than $800.
Plus, the next time we calculate an increase, that 887 is counted into that increase that we get, that exponential. Thank you. That's more than enough time on that item. I move approval.
Are you going to move?
Are there further discussion? No further discussion?
Is there public comment?
No, I
she's
now
already
said
closed
already. Ready for the motion?
I move that I am not on the right page.
Resolution
I'm on the right page.
1928-15.
Thank you. Please.
I move approving a fire suppression benefit assessment consumer price index adjustment at the rate of 0.2% for fiscal year 2015, 2016. No, I've got to do something else, right?
If you could add the title of the resolution, just the number.
And the title of the
19.
resolution is 19-2015.
Second.
Been moved and seconded that we approve Resolution 19-2015. Any further discussion? Ready for the vote? Roll call?
Director Berenger?
Aye.
Director Rice?
Aye.
Director Thompson? Aye. Vice President Cliff?
Aye.
President Robinette?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Moving on then to 8C. We'll open the public hearing, and let's have an introduction now then by General Manager Gruber on 8C.
Thank you, Madam President and board members. Item 8C before you is a public hearing to discuss and consider adoption of Resolution 22-2015 approving the CCSD budget for fiscal year 2015-2016. The recommendations are to receive a staff presentation on the proposed final budget for the fiscal year 2015-2016. Patrick will do that. This is the third time the budget has come to you. Usually we just bring it 2 times. Ask you to open the public hearing, receive public input, close the public hearing, and discuss and consider the proposed final budget for fiscal year 2015-2016. And then adopt the resolution 22-2015 approving the final CCSD budget for fiscal year 2015-2016. It's mandated and required that we have a public hearing first prior to presenting the budget, and so this is a 2-step process, and the public hearing is the first part of the process. And Patrick has a fairly brief PowerPoint presentation that, if it's okay with the board, to go ahead and show this at this time. Thank you, Patrick.
The budget that staff is presenting today is essentially the same as what was presented in May, with two minor exceptions. They're shown up here for the AWTP operating cost. The deficit went down slightly, and for the San Simeon Creek project, the committed funds available went down slightly, and I'll talk about those when we get to those areas. The general fund remains the same, and it remains balanced, as was presented in last month. It was requested that I show a breakdown of professional services in the general fund. This is a breakdown of those services. Auditors, $15,000. Financial services is just a miscellaneous category for $1,000. District counsel is $95,000. Legal litigation, there's a budget for $6,000. There's an other category that is $300 a month for DocuTeam, which is the place where we store our records. There's a temporary help for $9,600. As most people know, we have 4 people in the finance department, and none of us has been here more than a year and a half. So we have a retired employee who comes in and helps us. She has been extremely helpful. And I put a little money in the budget here so we can use her next year as we need her. SEIU negotiations, we have $30,000 in the budget. AGP video to record these meetings and other meetings, $15,000, and HRA admin is $3,300. HRA is a program that we provide our employees for that helps them pay for medical costs. Any questions? Yeah.
Are you still going to continue on?
Pardon?
With your report?
Yeah, I was going to.
Okay. On the public hearing, we have a public comment, but are we to have discussion at this time with the public hearing? That's just a point of clarification.
We have the presentation first, so the public can have the benefit of the information, and then
And then we have public comment, and then we go to board discussion.
What about board questions?
We can ask questions at any time.
Anytime.
Okay, that's what I have
Not
right
discussion
now.
then.
It's
Okay,
not
a
discussion,
board
just
question.
an
Okay.
actual question.
All right.
Does that on the professional services for the legal, does that 95,000 incorporate what we approved last month for the district council, that increase in his
That's
in
correct.
there in the
Yes,
district council?
it does. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, because it looked like it was the same as last year when I looked at the
No.
numbers, so I must have
Right.
looked at the wrong number.
No, it's
English major, sorry.
And one thing, just really quick, the SEIU negotiations of the $30,000. No, am I allowed to say something?
No.
We're not going to need it. I'll just say that. So, okay, I won't say anything else because my HR person's looking at me and giving me really dirty looks. So, so that we won't need that.
Okay, and so
Continue.
then Patrick, continue on.
Okay. So basically, the general fund cash flow projection, we're projecting at the end of this year, we're going to have $4.6 million. The proposed budget for next year for the general fund will have no impact on the cash flow because it's balanced. However, we're expecting loans to the water fund and the wastewater fund of $1.4 million. So the actual cash available to the general fund will be $3.2 million. That's our current projections. In the water fund, we have 2 areas that are changing. And AWTP operations, I reviewed the revenue estimates again, and I'm increasing those estimates by $24,000. So the projected deficit in that particular area has gone down from $246,000 to $221,000. Okay, what happened to my clicker? Oh. I'd like to point out that in the AWTP operations area, these are not necessarily reflective of long-term costs. We have extensive testing that's required right now, and the hope of staff is that eventually those testing requirements will be reduced and these costs will be reduced. Therefore, the annual deficits will come down. That's the goal. I also like to point out that department operations now reflect $35,000 in staff costs for resource conservation. We've never shown that in there, but Director Rice asked that it be put in there, so I made that switch. It doesn't have any effect at all on the bottom line anywhere, but it does show that we are providing resources to help in the resource conservation area, staffing resources. The San Simeon Creek project, at the last meeting, staff had projected we'd have $637,000 in uncommitted funds from the grant and the loan. We've added, due to expenditures over the last couple of months, I increased the projected expenditures for permit fees, legal fees, and various other categories enough to bring that uncommitted balance down to $584,000. It's really not a major change, but it's needed because we are spending that money. So cash flow projection for the water department, in May, we had projected a $545,000 deficit. This month, I'm projecting a $1 million deficit. The basic difference is that the projected expenditures have gone up substantially. Wastewater funds, exactly the same as what we presented in May. It's a $207,000 deficit budget. The cash flow in the wastewater department, we project we're going to end this year with a $183,000 deficit. Next year, we're going to have $1.8 million in receipts and $2.1 million in expenditures. So at the end of next fiscal year, there'll be a deficit in the wastewater fund of about $390,000. And that's it.
Okay. Thank you for that. And we have a request for public comment. Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
Thank you very much, Madam President. It might be possible to start doing sort of under-the-table bets. Who's going to come up for public comment? And 'tis I shall come up. I'm not going to touch this with a 10-foot proverbial pole, except to make one thing clear on to get clarity if I can. Page 6 of this item, I want to make clear that the very helpful PowerPoint, I think I want to compliment the finance officer for being able to put into intelligibility what's immensely, immensely complex. I want to make clear, though, that we are assuming still that we are going to get $4,382,256 in the one grant, which was promised but hasn't showed up yet. And it says right above there that Santa Rosa might show up in August and September. It doesn't say it will, but that grant is for $307,876. We are looking at deficit spending, even taking into account two rather large grants, neither of which has arrived on our doorstep. I'm not suggesting that they never will, but I'm suggesting that if we start doing budgets on what was promised in maybe 1995 for the sewer plant, and we're still doing budgets as if that all sort of held up. That's an example. I think we must be much, much, much more parsimonious with dollars, and we have to get much better estimates about what we will need to pay for the coming fiscal year for infrastructure repairs. I can judge by the leaks that pop up rather frequently that there are some certain problems, apparently. Certainly the lift pumps and all that's been a marvelous advance. What do we still need to do on infrastructure repairs to make this little community operative? And I don't want just another PowerPoint. I want it so that I can study the document with financial estimates for what projects by what date. Thank you.
Thank you. This closes the public hearing. Do we have further discussion on item 8C? No further discussion? Director Rice?
Thank you, President Robinette. First thing is later on in this agenda, we are considering later on in this agenda a change that could put a significant dent in the expenditures of the fire department. And I don't know if that was accounted for. There's a smaller item, and I will bring that back when we get to that point, because I know that we had numerous budget adjustments, which is also kind of a concern, that we're setting a budget based on what our beginning budget was last year that had a bunch of changes to it and a bunch of anomalies that will not happen again, but still a lot of changes even in things that were not anomalies. So I understand the apples to apples reason for going from what we approved last June to what we are going to possibly be approving right now. That seems to make sense, apples to apples, but in a practical sense, it doesn't seem like common sense to me. But sometimes accounting practices of government agencies are confusing for no reason other than that's just what the standard is, and I kind of get that. But I did want to find out why you did that apples to apples as opposed to what we actually expended on the regular types of things, not anomalies.
In the letter, the comparisons are made to last year's original budget. In the budget itself, the categories are the current approved budget. So if you look at the budget itself, it's got the current approved budget.
I did, yeah. I guess I must have just missed that little detail.
The reason we did that in the letter was because there are things like staffing. And we had some changes, and so it's more reflective if you look at what we started with last year and what we're proposing for this year. And also some operational costs are the same way. But as far like if you look at the wastewater, the significant increases in wastewater maintenance, they're reflected in the budget as presented.
Okay. And I guess part of where I'm coming from on that front has to do with when you set a budget for whether it's for your family budget or for not federal, but family or local government budget, it's good to try and do as close as you can so you don't have to be making budget adjustments all year long. You mean if you're just going to change it all year long because we had this, that, or the other come up, as opposed to setting certain limits or certain goals for this is how much we're going to spend on. We know we're going to have to spend this much on wastewater for infrastructure improvement. We just know that. Well, if we're deficit spending, if we're going into the general fund for money for these things, then that says to me that the board isn't doing the things that we need to have happen so that we have the funding to do the work that has to get done, or we're doing work that we can't afford to do. And that's kind of more of a discussion, I think, for the board. I do see there are some policies that this board has passed that are not really reflected in the budget, which is really the best place we can reflect what the priorities and policies are of the board, because we do have the 3 goals, but we also have a lot of other things going on. There's a lot of moving pieces in a district like this, and the fact that we have this is a perfect example of what Merle was talking about, where a consultant tells us which direction to go and then just leaves us to go. The water conservation efficiency program that we approved in 2013. There is no money in here for rebates or any other parts of that program except for having part of a staff person. It's not even a full staff person to do that. And this board approved, this actual board, these 5 people sitting here approved that policy, and we're not funding it because the general manager doesn't have it in the budget. But that's the general manager's operational budget. It doesn't say what our policy priorities are, which I think is kind of an important thing. And we did, unless this board wants to vote to rescind that policy, it seems to me we should be funding it. Maybe not to the 300,000 mark since we're already in deficit, but maybe it's something we should be looking at, because the rebate program doesn't cost all that much money, and it does encourage people, and we are not at full saturation on these replacements and rebates. I don't think that it's a good idea for us to completely abandon the rebate program altogether. because I do think that part of the reason why we've been able to reduce as much as we have over 2013 is we had that rebate program. If you count the number of washers, a washer that's at a high efficiency washer is 15 gallons versus 40. That's a huge amount of savings of water when you multiply it over multiple homes. So I think that I would, as a board member, since a majority of this board approved that program of water efficiency, I would like to hear from the board why we don't think that we should be putting money to fund it. If we're in deficit spending already, we're going to have to do something about adjusting the rates so that it's more, so that we're getting the income that we need to do the work that needs to get done that's been ignored for so long. So that's I'm going to get off my horse on that one because I think you guys get the point on that. The other thing is, if you would look at page 2, this is just a little detail that I want to make sure I maybe misunderstood. This was a big binder, and I only got it on Tuesday. Sorry, I had to work. An extra $25 a meeting wouldn't hurt. So it says fire benefit assessment is projected to increase from fiscal year 14-15 to 15-16. It's about right the middle of the page. And it says by approximately 2% or $8,500. Okay, so that should be actually the 0.2 and the 887 there. Can we make sure that it's correct in the budget part where that actually is, because this is just the narrative part? Okay. I know it's not that much money, but let's have it right, because these are the details that can make a big difference when it isn't a little number. I think that's probably my high horse for today.
Just as a general,
Director Barnes.
Thanks. I'm sorry, President. Just as a general issue, I'm sure this budget can't stand. We can't continue to deficit spend, and item 9A is going to address our effort to make sure we balance the water and wastewater funds, and we do so expeditiously. So, just as a comment, I'm comfortable with this budget.
Thank you. Any further comments?
Does anybody want to help me out with why are we not insisting the general manager put some money into the, other than a part-time person on the conservation program that we passed?
I'll halfway.
Okay.
I would say that if we have a rate adjustment committee, that consideration ought to be included in for some form of
I think that's pretty obvious.
Of addition to that, so that it could be implemented as soon as any rate is changed.
And I thank you. That's helpful.
Yeah, and right now it's a matter of just competing needs for resources, I think, but if we do have a rate adjustment recommended to us, included in that rate adjustment, I think should be something that specifically talks about conservation.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I would like to make sure that we also include some kind of policy that if somebody wants to replace a washer right now, even though we don't have money right now, that maybe in the future we would, and that we would accept receipts back to whatever date we turned off the rebate stream, so to speak. No pun intended. But I mean, the sooner we can get people to get these more efficient fixtures, the better. And if they think that they're not going to be able to get a rebate, but they might get a rebate in the future, then they're not going to do it right away. And we really need to have that when we, today, yesterday, last week.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Are we ready for a motion? Hear a motion once, hear a motion twice.
I move that we adopt Resolution 22-2015, approving the CCSD budget for fiscal year 2015 and 2016.
Thank you. Is there a second to that?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded that we do approve the Resolution 22-2015. Let's have a roll call vote.
Yes. President Robinette, may I just make one comment before we take the vote?
A brief one, very brief.
Discussion.
Sure.
More
I
discussion?
really appreciate that we've had a chance to look at this 3 times. I do, for sure, and it's a good, clear budget. I also would like to say that if I were to put up page 2 from all of the 3 times that we've seen this, almost every single page is identical. There are a few small changes. A lot of the things that I had brought up the first time we saw it didn't happen, and so I feel like the input from the board, at least input from the board that was part of consensus that we had discussion on, maybe didn't get done. So that's all. I just wanted to make that. And I don't. It's not a criticism. It's a just. I noticed that it just doesn't seem like there were 3 times, but it was the same budget kind of every time, except for little minor changes that are important because every dollar counts. When we need to get it right, but that's all.
I'd like the clerk now to repeat the motion.
Director Berenger moved to approve to adopt the budget, to approve Resolution 22-2015, approving the CCSD budget for fiscal year 2015-2016. Director Thompson seconded the motion.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, then shall we do a roll call, please?
Okay. Director Berenger?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
Director Rice?
Aye.
Vice President Cliff?
Aye.
President Robinette?
Aye. Motion approved 5-0. Thank you. Let's move now to item 8D. And if you would introduce 8D, please, General Manager Gruber.
Thank you, Madam President. 8D is a public hearing to discuss and consider the adoption of Resolution 20-2015, confirming 2014 fire hazard fuel reduction itemized report of the Cambria Community Services District. The recommendations are to conduct a public hearing to consider the report on the cost incurred for the 2014 fire hazard fuel reduction program on parcels subject to cleaning of the CCSD fire hazard fuel reduction contract, open a public hearing, review public testimony, and consider any objections for property owners liable to be assessed in the abatement work, close the public hearing and make any modifications to the report deemed necessary, approve Resolution 20-2015, confirming the 2014 fire hazard fuel reduction cost report, direct staff to submit all the required documents to the tax collector of the County of San Luis Obispo necessary to place the fire hazard fuel reduction charges on the property's tax roll. The fiscal impact relating to this item, the CCSD's contractor cost for performing all the work on parcels is $7,125. This amount includes CCSD administrative charges. The 24 outstanding parcels invoiced and listed in the cost report include Resolution 20-2015 will be assessed on the San Luis Obispo County 2015-2016 tax roll in the amount of $7,125. Any questions I can answer at this time? And again, it's something that we bring to the board on an annual basis. If I left out anything, maybe District Council Carmel can chime in, but I think I covered everything.
I would like to open it for public hearing then and receive public testimony for anyone that has objections or from the property owners. And we have no request for public comment. So the public hearing is closed, and I'd like to go to board discussion, questions. Director Rice?
Did we notify the property owners of the hearing today? I hope we did try to get a hold of them about the hearing today so they're aware.
Yes.
That these specific property owners have been notified, and not just as a general agenda announcement that this was going to be on the agenda.
Yes.
They received a direct mail notice.
They did receive a direct, and these are the ones that are left over after ones that paid directly to us, correct? Or no?
Right. There's an opportunity throughout the year to pay. And
So
if you
this
don't
is
pay,
only this is only the ones that didn't pay directly, so we have to put it on.
Right. There are 26 parcels.
And 24?
Okay, 24.
Sorry, I'm an English person. I like to get the right number. I'd just like to comment that this program has become much more successful, and the way that it's been changed has probably helped us get more compliance. I don't know how many were not in compliance that did pay, and that would be a good number to know, because I know we used to have about 110 every year or something around in that vicinity. And I really would like to commend property owners for doing the job that needed to get done, if they did indeed do it. And then if they didn't, they did take care of the bill, except for these 24. So I'm very glad that people took it seriously this year.
Any additional comments from the board? Okay, we're ready for a motion. Do we have a motion?
Sure. I'll move
Sure.
that we adopt Resolution 20-2015, confirming the 2014 fire hazard fuel reduction itemized report of the Cambria Community Services District.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we approve the resolution 20-2015 for fire hazardous fuel reduction. Any further discussion? Ready for the vote? We have a, yes, Director Thompson? No, you're ready to vote. Okay, a roll call, please. Okay, it's ready to go.
Director Berenger.
Aye.
Director Rice. Aye. Director Thompson. Aye. Vice President Cliff.
Aye.
President Robinette.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. We are now moving on to item 9, regular business. And we will start then with 9A. General Manager Gruber, if you would introduce 9A.
Thank you, Madam President and board members. Item 9A is discussion and consideration of appointments to Rate Adjustment Implementation Ad Hoc Committee, an ad hoc committee to evaluate fire prevention and response service options, and implementation of the grand jury reports. I do want to read the discussion. It'll only take a minute. It is recommended that the Board of Directors consider appointing board members to serve as members of the Rate Adjustment Implementation Ad Hoc Committee and an ad hoc committee to evaluate fire prevention and response service options and implementation of the grand jury recommendations. As the board is aware, on March 17, 2015, the San Luis Obispo grand jury released a report titled, "In a State of Emergency, Assessing Fire Risk in Cambria." A second report was released March 31, 2015 by the San Luis Obispo grand jury titled, "Making a Case for Efficiency, Maximizing Levels of Emergency Services in Cambria." The report included recommendations related to contracting with CAL FIRE. At its April meeting, the board directors appointed an ad hoc committee to prepare responses to the grand jury's report. With the retiring of Chief Miller pending, the board will be considering an agreement with CAL FIRE to provide interim fire chief oversight and management to the CCSD Fire Department. Based upon these occurrences, an opportunity exists to evaluate the CCSD's fire prevention and response options, as well as implementation of the grand jury recommendations. Therefore, it is recommended that an ad hoc committee be appointed to consider these matters. In addition, there are issues associated with the implementation of rates and charges for the emergency water supply project. It would be appropriate for the ad hoc committee to be appointed to consider those issues and making the recommendations to the full board. I just realized I read an old staff report. I'm so sorry about that. Yeah, here's the proposed commitment. Review and development a rate based on Bartle Wells and associated rate study. Consider funding sources for Phase 1 of the wastewater improvement projects related to Corella Engineering. Presentation, review issues associated with the implementation of rate changes for the emergency water supply project. You have the green sheet in front of you. I read my old report. Sorry about that. It's been a long day so far. But those are the proposed committees in front of you.
Thank you. So at this time, we do have 2 ad hocs that I would like to appoint. And I want to just review very briefly, starting with the Rate Adjustment and Implementation Ad Hoc Committee. First of all, we have, just for the task, it is time to get back to the rate study, as you have been asking for so much, and appreciated for that request, and it's here. to review the rates based on the Bartles and Wells rate study. And then second would be to consider funding sources for Phase 1 of the wastewater improvement project. Dr. Bettenhausen, where did you go? Okay. And that is another part of this ad hoc task. And number 3, to review the issues associated with the implementation of rates and charges for the emergency water supply project. This committee, I would like to ask, just based on involvement and background and interest, to serve on this ad hoc. I would like to recommend that we have Director Rice and Director Barringer work together. Director Rice has certainly been working on the rate committee since last year and very interested in this. And I believe that Director Barringer, I think that you bring some good expertise to this ad hoc too. So, as an appointment, do we then make the motion, or?
We got some public comment.
Okay, now we have public comment that
Would you
came up here
Would
recently.
you break public comment into each of the various committees?
What
or not?
we have, yes, I would ask that.
Okay.
We do have public comment first that's been here all along on 9A, and so let's hear from the public comment first. And I don't know on these if, on 9A, if you want to speak. I guess I'll just ask, Mr. Wood, where's Mr. Wood? Yes. Did you want to speak on both ad hocs or one in particular? Okay, and thank you. And I'll bring you up then when we get to that one, because we're going to take them one at a time. And Elizabeth, which did you wish to speak to? Both. Okay, so let's start with public comment from you then, first of all, on the first ad hoc.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I have a concern, and I suspect you could just write down now what it is. Where is the Finance Standing Committee for your board? Where is any standing committee for your board? You don't have any. You eliminated all standing committees and now have ad hoc committees. I want to congratulate you because you have fit well into the pattern in the United States of making government decisions less and less and less accessible in the deliberation process to the public. We may not attend your ad hoc finance. I have lots of things, and I'll email these two wonderful directors. There will be no conversation. I'll just email them. If it were a standing committee, we could come and participate before we have to stand here. We might not even have to show up here. The Standing Committee for Finances should be an integral part of a fiscally responsible board. You know my position. I repeat it for the edification of the whole community. I would also like to suggest, but that has to do with the next item, so I'll hold it with the second appointment.
All right, thank you. And no further comment then on the first ad hoc.
President Ramadet?
Yes?
Perhaps it would be good if I would comment that if appointed, I'd be glad to serve at the pleasure as an ad hoc committee, with the understanding that, of course, rates being adjusted is going to be required a lot of public comment. So starting as an ad hoc, and everyone knows Director Rice's desire to have the public involved, and I think that with us serving together on that committee, that the public will get plenty of opportunities to see our preliminary works well before it comes to the board.
Thank you. And in fact, I appreciate that comment, because my vision and understanding on these two very important committees is that before any decisions are made by either ad hoc, there will be very much public involvement, public forums, public comment will be made on both of these. Now, I wanted to ask our legal counsel to speak to that. There is nothing to prevent these ad hocs from listening and having public input and meeting, is there?
No, absolutely not. They're just not subject to full-blown Brown Act compliance in terms of noticing. but they're certainly able to have public meetings and to notice any way they desire to do.
And I do believe on our board that we are all very much committed to public input, to listening, to involving the public. So I would say before we go further on these ad hocs that it would be a given that certainly the public would have adequate involvement and much input. Much input.
Right. And one of the advantages of an ad hoc, however, is that we could get together and gather information and so on and so forth. We could do a plant tour if we do that, and we'd be glad to invite public. But when we come up with some suggestions, then we're going to run it by the public to make, and we'll notice those. But there's an advantage to be able to work 2 or 3 times a month without notice.
Yes, General Manager
And staff
Gruber.
will work with the ad hoc committees on scheduling those public workshops, if you will, and the availability of this facility in a time and a manner that's conducive, that allows variable mix of people from the community to attend, with the sensitivity of allowing for them to be a part of the process. So I think they're good questions, and I think that we as staff will do our best to facilitate those concerns.
Thank you. I'm glad we had this moment for clarification. So, Director Rice?
Thank you, President Robinette. I appreciate the conversation also. And when I saw these were going to be ad hoc committees, I think that most people, at least on staff, are aware, and probably a lot of people in the community, that I highly value transparency, and I think that we should have standing committees, as Elizabeth had said, and thought about it. And these actually, both of these are actually appropriately ad hoc, because they are for a limited time, and they are not really, now finance, that's a whole other ball of wax, but that's not what we're talking about here. And I'm glad that you asked the question already about the ad hoc and being able to, because we could do full noticing and do all of the things as if it were a standing committee, if we decided that we wanted to and we somehow had the resources to be able to do that, which would be not bad. But I don't object to the ad hoc nature of it, because I think it is specifically, this is a good example of exactly what an ad hoc committee should be for, and I'm very glad to hear that Director Berenger is also on board with involving the public as much as possible. So,
as we all are.
Indeed, I just meant because I'm serving on the committee with him. I didn't mean to leave you out, President Robinette. Or the other directors.
So I'm hearing it. I am hearing an acceptance to work on this ad hoc, and Director Barringer, thank you. Do we need? We don't need to have a vote on that, do we? Do we need to have a vote? Okay. So then I'd like a motion that we would have Director Barringer and Director Rice serve on the rate review committee.
So moved.
It's been moved, and do we have a second?
I'll second it, because you guys have to do it.
Right.
if you're not gonna second it, I'll be.
It's been moved and seconded, and so do we have roll call?
Director Thompson?
Aye.
Director Clift?
Aye.
Director Berenger?
Aye.
Director Rice?
Aye.
Vice President Robinette? I'm sorry, President Robinette.
Aye. That's 2 times. Why?
She's overworked.
Yes. It's okay.
One of these days I'll get it right.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Now, let's see then. On the, both people also want public comment on our second part of this, on the next ad hoc. Let me just describe the ad hoc, and then we'll call for public comment. On the ad hoc for the evaluation of the fire prevention and response service options and implementation of the grand jury recommendations, the task will be to look at the options as well as the implementation of the grand jury recommendations, and bring back again, after much public involvement and input, a recommendation to the board. So I think with that, we're ready for public comment, and Jerry Wood was first on that.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon, and I really appreciate the opportunity to address the board on this very important issue. My name is Jerry Wood. I live at 1919 Tweed in Cambria. I'm a full-time resident and property owner here in Cambria, and I'm speaking as a private concerned citizen, not representing any other group or organization. I would like to enter my statement on the record and have been advised by President Robinette that no decision has been made regarding this, which I appreciated. And about the decision of the board is potentially considering replacement of the Cambria Fire Department with CAL FIRE. I truly believe that this would be an unfortunate and detrimental decision for the citizens of Cambria if this should happen. I believe this opinion is shared by members of the audience today. The Cambria Fire Department has been a part of this community in various forms since 1877 and is a valuable resource for the fire and life safety of the residents. They've also been an integral part of this community, not only in fire suppression, prevention, and medical responses, but the important aspect of community service and to service to the citizens. Without the Cambria Fire Department providing support to CERT and NCOR, all types of public assists, simply like changing batteries and smoke detectors, assisting residents in getting up and downstairs, as well as many other things that are not considered normal fire department duties, which the Cambria Fire Department has done historically. I sincerely maintain the concern and hope that should CAL FIRE replace the Cambria Fire Department, that CAL FIRE agree in any contract and by thought and deed that they will continue to maintain the high level of support and cooperation for both CERT and NCOR that has been the history of Cambria Fire Department. The CCSD board has been elected by the citizens to represent the best interest and wishes of all those concerned in Cambria. All aspects of any change need to be thoroughly investigated and open in an open forum with specific detailed questions to ask and answers gotten. These would include real costs, both now and in the future, overall fire and life safety protection, suppression, medical responses, and even, yes, the personal touch of the existing Cambria Fire Department. Last week, I submitted a letter to Director Barringer requesting that I be considered to be a member of the proposed ad hoc committee to represent the citizens in this vital issue. I would hope that the board is open and comfortable enough with this to welcome the additional input to the process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well said. And Elizabeth Bettenhausen?
Thank you, Madam President. I want to say that I'm baffled by the interpretation given by Director Rice to the tasks for the ad hoc committee, of which she will be half. If they aren't finances, it beats me what they are. There are three major financial questions that are listed as the tasks for that. So I just want to record my serious disagreement with that interpretation of ad hoc and standing committees. I would suggest that you table action on the next standing ad hoc committee that you're proposing. I will also propose that you table 9F, because this is one of the evidences of premature proposal to the board for action by an ad hoc committee, or perhaps it was only by the general manager. It's not clear to me who brought these items to your attention today. I think that we have had grossly insufficient investigation, and it might be that a task force ad hoc would be set up in the fall, or even that would be a good time when you already have an interim fire chief from the department. So please explain, even though it's late as it is, explain at great length, or at least clearly, why in the world this is on your agenda today. And the grand jury report is an insufficient response to my question. Responding to the grand jury is an insufficient response to my question. This action is premature and ill-founded, and I hope that you will take my comments into account on that point, unusual though they might be. Thank you.
Thank you. We have now another request on this 9A, on this particular part of 9A. Bob Putney.
Madam President, members of the board, thank you for letting me speak on this topic. I think any time that you look at an existing emergency services that's core to a community's survival, it's core to tourism, it's core to our businesses, it's a good thing. What I would ask you to do is to go in with your eyes wide open. So what I'm here to tell you today is probably the first time that this has been talked about, but I think it's important that you hear it. I was one of the board members that was interviewed for the grand jury by the grand jury. I was brought in, I've talked to legal counsel, and now that the grand jury report's out, I can talk about it. I was asked specific questions by the grand jury, and some of those questions that I gave answers to were not recorded or published in the grand jury report. During my questioning, at times, I was badgered by one of the people who was on the committee, and after a couple of times, a member of the grand jury trying to say, let him answer the question, don't answer the question for him. I asked a few questions that I couldn't answer questions, so after the grand jury was over and I was able to check out, I found out that one of the members of the grand jury who interviewed me and other people was a retired fire captain from CAL FIRE. And so my concern is that although some of the things that are in there are very well intended, I believe there was a specific opportunity in there to look at to try to move this to CAL FIRE. And again, I welcome the idea that you look at the whole item. One of the other items I brought up is that they singled out the Cambria Fire Department, that they have reserves, that there's a turnover. And one of my responses, based on my 35 years of fire experience, is that CAL FIRE has a turnover as well. They hire seasonal firefighters that are only employed during fire season. They let them go. And in the wintertime, both their contract engines and their other engines, they have employees they hire for 980 days, or 980 hours, like most organizations do. And then they let them go so they don't have to pay them full-time wages and benefits. And that didn't enter in either. So, I'm just concerned that when you go into this, that you weigh all the facts and look at all the information and not miss anything important as a decision like this, because I think it's as great of a department is for CAL FIRE, and I work side by side with them, and they're great people. I think you really need to look in this and blow everything out of the water and look at everything equally and see, is this truly the best thing for our community? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, there is no further comment on this item. So discussion, yes, then we can discuss them. Thank you. It is getting late. Yes, the appointments that I would like to make would be that I would like on this committee, on this ad hoc committee, I would like to have Director Thompson and Vice President Cliff serve on this this ad hoc. Discussion? Time's up. Time to vote. Do we have a motion?
Well, I just I won't make the motion. I just want to comment that that I've had input from a number of community members on this issue, and I've assured them that I'm not predisposed to any hard and fast solution, and that certainly there would be no action taken without thoroughly involving the community in the discussion. And I know Director Clift also is of the same mind, that we want to be very deliberate in this and to put everything on the table and certainly invite everybody to the table. We'll have a round table, if you would, and Mr. Wood can participate and certainly share his concerns and questions. And I'm committed to really having an open process so we can come to a decision that's best for the community.
Thank you. Vice President Cliff?
Yeah, and I would agree with Director Thompson. This is a situation that if we enter into it, it's going to be a extended period of time of public discussion and public comment and public looking at all of the different alternatives, and then coming to some kind of a recommendation. But nothing's predisposed up front, other than we're going to look at, as Mr. Putney indicates, every aspect of both sides of this issue.
Madam President,
Yes,
we have a member of the public who submitted a slip and would like to speak.
on this particular part
Yes,
of the agenda?
I think they submitted one slip with 2 items.
I'm sorry?
I
One
think he
slip with 2
submitted
items.
one slip with 2 items on it. 9A and 9F.
Okay.
It's Michael
and
Walsh.
Where did he go? Oh, I saw Mike's. No, Mike. And I see what you did. Sorry, I apologize, Mike. You put on one of these, and I'm sorry. Yes, I see. I put you in with 9F, but you had written 9A also. So thank you for coming forward, and yes, we would like to hear your comment. You take your full 3 minutes, and I appreciate you coming up. I'm sorry I missed that.
That's all right. Madam President, I'll forgive you.
Thank you.
I'm very heartened to hear that there is a discussion of transparency and needing and wanting the public input on these very important issues. And I think I'll save most of my comments for 9F, but I know there are people in the community that are still concerned and don't understand how do we replace Chief Miller, which is more of a 9F topic. And I'm wondering if it's possible within the purview of the board to, instead of having just 2 ad hoc committee members from the board, if you could find a way to have 2 public members as well, which would be involved in giving the final recommendation to you. I know you're talking about having meetings and including the public, but I was hoping, because this subject that we're talking about, I've talked to quite a few of the board members, and everybody has kind of made up their minds already. And I'm hoping that we can have some public input that will be as neutral as possible and open to all suggestions. So I don't know if that's possible under the structure of your ad hoc committee.
Yeah.
I would defer to legal counsel on that.
I'm reading the agenda description closely. Well, a couple of issues pop up. It's actually agendized as an ad hoc. You probably could, but under the Brown Act, the ad hocs that we're talking about, the reason for their exemptions is because they're composed solely of 2 members of the board. And that's what actually gets you out of the framework of full Brown Act compliance. So you certainly could have a committee with 2 members of the public, but it would be a Brown Act, subject to all Brown Act's compliance issues. Functionally,
Yes, and it would be, I think, but and out of respect to you, I will tell you, typically we don't interact on a public comment, but I know this is an important consideration. But I think that we need to stay with our ad hoc committees, established as they are, but I want to see you and others in the public there all the time. I'm also a little bit, since we're actually just having dialogue on this, you had said you had talked to the members that were going to be on these ad hocs.
No, I don't know who's going to be on the ad hoc.
Oh, I thought you said you talked to the board.
Various board members.
This board?
Various board members about the possibility of CAL FIRE or other people taking Chief Miller's place as the fire chief. And I felt that it's possible the ad hoc members have already made their mind up. So
Well, that's
important.
again, I have to say I am sorry to hear that, because I would expect, because I think we have a terrific board and a terrific community, I would be surprised to have a board member out speculating on what we would be doing when we're just now establishing the ad hocs. But if someone did give you the impression that this was like already decided, or they already knew how it was going to be, it's news to me. But I'm only one member of the board. So I thank you for that, and I want this to turn out right for the community. I have always and will continue to be a person that is very respectful of the public, of public input, of full transparency. And as far as I can see, nothing that is being discussed right here at this moment, hopefully, has been discussed prior to this, because this is the transparent moment. This is, for me anyway, the first. I have not talked to people here on the board about what committees you're going to be on. But I have to say, on that, since we're talking, I also feel that the board members that are on these two committees are all really well suited for their particular ad hocs. Not that they couldn't serve on the other ad hoc, they could. But when I look at the background and experience of the board members and their willingness to serve on one committee or the other, I think that it puts our community in a good position to take the time to have the dialogue, to have the public involvement and public thinking. Your ideas are very important to us because you elected us and we're your representatives. And we have to hear what you are saying.
Thank you, Madam President. I look forward to, as well as many of the Cambrian citizens, of participating with the ad hoc committee on these subjects.
I appreciate you, Mike. Thank you very much.
President Robinette, could I ask
Yes.
a legal counsel of a clarification? There's nothing preventing the ad hoc committees from engaging the public or having a few people that join our, or can we not? In other words, could we, like Mr. Walsh said, maybe these ad hoc committees could have a couple of citizens that after we're appointed and leave, or no?
Absolutely. The action here today would be designate 2 members of the board to be the ad hoc committee. And how you go about collecting your information is really just a function of when you get together, what you choose to do.
Yeah.
And certainly, as a result of this conversation, I think you're going to endeavor to try to make it a broad public process with input workshops.
Informal and formal.
Right. And it's the flexibility. Someone did mention, I think it was you that mentioned, the flexibility is really what you're looking for, so that you have the opportunity, if you happen to have a few minutes here and there, to meet without actually formally agendizing it with 24 hours notice. It's that flexibility. I think it's assumed that these committees will collect as much information for the public and really explain to the public where they are that you would expect under a situation like this. These are really critical issues. So
4 decisions were made. It then, after the public comment, it comes to the board as a whole, and the board as a whole will make a decision based upon the committee's recommendation.
Right, and that process is subject to full-blown public hearing. Right.
I appreciate all this time on clarifying. I think we want to make sure that we're all together on it and comfortable with it. So thank you for bringing that to our attention.
With that, I move that.
Hold
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike.
Can't move.
Okay, so we do have, we are now ready for the motion. But
Well, you can always discuss after the motion.
Director Rice.
We can discuss after motion.
Oh, sure, you move, you second, then you have discussion.
Fine. Let's do
I
that
move
then.
that we approve Michael Thompson, or Director Thompson and Director Cliff as the members of the Fire Evaluation Response Service Options Ad hoc.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we do approve then Director Thompson and Vice President Cliff to work on the ad hoc addressing the evaluating the fire prevention and response services options and implementation to our community. Discussion. Director Rice.
Thank you, President Robinette. Especially this committee, seems to me, is about a very large policy decision that the entire town has an interest in hearing. And I think that that our committee, the Rates Committee, is also going to be talking about things that are going to impact the community in a very serious way. What I kind of, in my own thinking about it, what I don't want to have happen is I don't want to have, I'm not at any of the fire meetings and we have all these public meetings, and because you have a third member there, you don't want to have any Brown Act violations or anything. I don't want it to be that there's all these public meetings and the only time I ever have a bite at the apple as a board member is in responding to the recommendations of the committee. And I think that especially since President Robinette is not on either committee, she probably at least would like to have, it would be nice if we had at least one meeting of the full board before we actually made some kind of decision based on the recommendation, that the committees are going to go into the weeds of the details of it, and the folks that want to participate can help us out in the weeds of the details, so that those more detailed things kind of get worked out before we start to have the board bigger policy discussion, global discussion about that. Does that sound?
Legal counsel has a response first.
I didn't want to interrupt it.
Yeah, I was just going to comment that when we did the initial Barlow Wells report, we did have specific workshops with the entire board getting the information and discussing just for that specific item. And I would certainly think that that would be one way of dealing with having everybody come together without making decisions, but just, hashing it over so that President Robinette could participate as well as the other members.
And I certainly do appreciate that and agree that we should have a couple of times where we, as a full board, do almost give input and hear what's going on. I do think that this would be good for the public to kind of hear where we are. These are not going to be ad hocs that rush or feel pressured to hurry up. What will happen, and I think will be a great benefit to the community, is it doesn't matter where we are and where we live, somehow rumors get started. I've noticed it even a bit right here in Cambria that there are rumors. And that is an understatement, folks. And so pull yourself together, Director Rice. I think it's very important that we take our time, that we do come back and give these updates, that we do get people to have the opportunity to respond on where you are in your work. And I think it really helps. The more communication we have, the better. So, Vice President Cook?
Yeah, I would see no problem with either committee coming back after their initial public contacts and saying, this is what we're hearing, or do you want more information? Do you want us to go a different direction? Or any of these kinds of things, so that it isn't perceived being driven in any one particular. And that deals with what has been assigned to this committee and what has been assigned to that committee. Is that there should be some kind of interim checkpoint as to what we have heard or what we haven't heard, and is there something that we need to go back that we haven't done the job.
Right. And each month we have the ad hoc committee reports, so that would be a good convening place for it to be. One comment I'd like to make, if you don't mind, President, is that for full disclosure, I also was a witness at the grand jury, and also I had an ad hoc meeting with Merle Clift and the Healthcare Board, and that's why I'm delighted that I'm not previously influenced, and I think that the independence of the ad hoc committee will be good.
Thank you. And again, I have to say, I think on our board, we have people with involvement and interest, the best suited ad hocs we could possibly have on these topics, too. So I appreciate all of your willingness to do this, too.
And I will not confirm or deny that I was at the grand jury. Thank you.
Okay. So we are ready to go on the second ad hoc.
Madam President,
Yes.
can I interrupt? I just wanted to clarify one point that Director Berenger and I talked about earlier in the meeting. There's a Brown Act provision that allows a third member of a board, or fourth or fifth, to attend a committee meeting. But that's only if that meeting is duly noticed under the Brown Act. So it would have to be a full-fledged Brown Act noticed meeting if a third member wanted to attend. And then the other proviso there is you cannot participate under any circumstances. You can sit and listen and absorb, but you can't participate. I just wanted to make sure that you all knew that in case there was a desire to attend those meetings. I'm sorry.
Right?
Yeah, it's a silent. That's perfect.
Well, I appreciate knowing that, because when they're noticed, because of course, as you realize, I'm the one who's really putting, as I know I'm very wise to do, putting my confidence in the work of both ad hocs. And so from time to time, it would be good for me. I would like to just sit and listen.
Remember, you can do so only if those meetings are duly noticed.
If they're duly noticed. Where are the notices?
That would have to be noticed pursuant to our procedures. So we post it on the website and post it on our bulletin board.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion before us. Further discussion on that motion?
I would just like to say that this has been a fantastic discussion, and I feel really confident that this board is moving the right direction on these assignments, and I appreciate Director Robinette recognizing the importance of what we're doing, and thank you, Director Clift, for your comments also. I think all reservations I had when I read the staff report are resolved. Thank you very much to each of you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, are we ready for the motion? We have the motion. We have the second.
Yes.
We've had discussion. So let's have a roll call, please.
Aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. We're moving on to, well, it's daylight. We're moving on to item B under 9, and that
9C.
General Manager Gruber, would you like to introduce that?
Yes, Madam President, let me find it.
It does not have a green sheet.
9B, I got it. Consideration to adopt the Resolution 21-2015 approving amendments to the CCSD budget for fiscal year 2014-15. It is recommended that the Board of Directors receive a staff presentation on the proposed amendments to the fiscal year 2014-2015 budget, discuss and consider the proposed amendments to the fiscal year 2014-2015 budget, and adopt a resolution 21-2015 approving the amendments to the CCSD fiscal year 2014-2015 budget. The fiscal impact for this is the proposed amendments to the fiscal year 14-15 budget would authorize total revenue projections, expenditure authorities, and changes to the general fund, water fund, wastewater fund, and emergency water supply project. With that, I'll turn it over to our finance manager, Patrick O'Reilly.
Madam President, members of the board, I have another PowerPoint presentation that I think I can get to fairly quickly. Staff is recommending 3 changes to the existing budget. AWTP ongoing operations, and now we're talking about the current fiscal year, the year that ends in just a few days. Wastewater fund, the wastewater fund budget, and the capital project San Simeon Creek project budget. On the AWTP ongoing operations budget, we had previously, or the existing budget has $807,000 in projected revenues. Because we didn't operate the AWTP plant this year, and because of conservation efforts on behalf of the public with reduced consumption, we're actually only going to generate about $617,000 in revenue. So staff is recommending that we reduce the revenues in the budget by $189,000. We had previously had a budgeted surplus of $480,000 in AWTP ongoing operations. If we decrease revenue by $189,000, it's going to leave us with a budgeted surplus of $290,000. The main reason we have such a large surplus in there is because all startup costs this year are being funded through the loan as opposed to being funded through revenues. The wastewater fund, staff is recommending an increase in revenues of $12,000, but a corresponding increase in expenditures of $309,000. And I'll go over what comprises those increases in just a minute. There are 3 major areas where we've expended a lot of money in the last 2 months. The first is lift station maintenance. We've spent almost $270,000 for 3 lift stations over the past 3 or 4 months. This is maintenance that had to be done. These lift stations have to operate. We basically had to spend this money. Treatment plant maintenance, we had quite a bit of several major projects, aeration basin cleaning, and a clarifier rehab was also an emergency repair, basically $133,000 for treatment plant maintenance. And then we had never budgeted the design study by Corolla. We had approved it, the board had approved it, the expenditure and the study, but we never included it in the budget. So we had to add $139,000 to cover that expenditure. So basically, the projection for the cash balance at the end of this year, we had previously thought we'd have $302,000 available in the fund. We now have a projected deficit of $485,000 in the fund, so that we're going to have a deficit at the end of the current fiscal year of $183,000. The San Simeon Creek capital projects, we have $800,000 in proposed increases. Most of these have already been approved by the board, just not included in the budget. There's $300,000 for task order 6, $81,000 for EIR support, $83,000 for dechlorination and aeration of the lagoon water supply, $83,000 for telemetry upgrades, and those were all previously approved by the board. The last two items, the increased legal fees and the increased sampling costs, are just what we've experienced while we were operating the plant. So those need to be included in the budget. So on in the current existing budget, uncommitted funds in this capital project were $1.3 million. After we include the expenditures I just discussed, the uncommitted funds available will be $584,000. And that's the fiscal year 2015 budget proposals.
Thank you. And that fiscal year ends June 30th.
That's correct.
Correct? All right. There is no public comment on this. Oh.
I haven't turned it in yet.
Okay. Hi, Mary.
Hello.
Welcome. And you want to comment on this one?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Mary Webb?
Yeah, I got here and didn't see the addendum until just a little while ago. I'd like to make some requests, and
Monique?
That would be, right now, the San Simeon Creek AWTP is being called the EWS, the AWTP, the EWSP, the San Simeon Creek Capital Project, and San Simeon Creek Operations. So I would request that we call it one thing so that everybody knows exactly what we're talking about, because I'm assuming that all those acronyms are actually for the Emergency Water Supply Project. Is that correct, or is that not true? All those costs are for the Emergency Water Supply Project. They're not for another project? Or something else going on San Simeon Creek that's not the Emergency Water Project?
Do you want me to respond, President Robert?
You can clarify it.
Yeah. They're for different components of that project. That's correct.
So the different components would be, it's the same project, but just different aspects of the project being added onto it?
Well, there's operational components and there's capital improvement components. And in the operational components, under the loan that we received, there were three things that, there were three different areas where those funds could be applied. And so we have to identify each of those areas. And they have to be, you can't call them all the same thing. That would be very confusing.
So is the capital improvement part of it, of the long-term project you're expecting? I'm sorry?
The capital improvement project is the infrastructure improvement down there.
The infrastructure improvement.
What's being built, that's correct. There's a certain component of the loan that goes to pay that loan back.
Okay. How many lift stations do we have total?
Okay, Mary, we can't make, this a full dialogue. It is public comment, but
so
we're
my
happy
other
to help you
comment,
out.
my other comment is a question. How many lift stations do we have? And how many lift stations have now been completely fixed? And yeah, and that's pretty much it. And also that we need a financial standing committee, obviously. I had no idea that citizens could just come to your ad hoc meetings. We've failed to do that then for 20 years, that we just didn't have meetings with you all about the water project that you've already built.
Thank you, Mary. Director Thompson?
Just one question. Is the $88,587 for increased legal costs, is that the land watch?
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, are we ready for motion? Director Rice?
This is 9B?
Yes,
Okay,
we're
good.
on 9B.
Good. I would.
Not that we're getting tired or anything.
I'll move that we adopt Resolution 21-2015, approving amendments to the CCSD budget for fiscal year 2014-2015, because I don't think we have a choice.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion on this item? Okay, roll call.
Director Berenger?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
Director Rice? Aye. Vice President Clift?
Aye.
President Robinette?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Question of the board and others. We typically do take a break at the maximum of every 2 hours. We're up to that again now. Would you like a break? Does anyone want a break? Okay, everyone's good? Okay. Can we stand up for 2 seconds? Nobody goes away. We're just going to stand. We're just doing a stretch. It does feel good to just stand up for a minute. Long haul.
Actually, most fire departments do not just call fires. They said people that made the fires, but I think Cambria opts out. Yeah, they have tons of water tenders. I don't believe they're part of our strike team. I don't think they're on the county mutual aid strike team. I think after fight directly something. But I can't. You have to.
Okay, we will just make this a short little stretch, and that helped, and it does help. So let's come back.
C.
Okay, it helps just to stand up for a minute, so appreciate that. All right, we're going to move on now on 9C. And so, General Manager Gruber, if you would introduce 9C.
Thank you, Madam President, board members, and I'm losing my voice, so we're going to tag team here. I'm going to introduce 9C. I'm going to I'll introduce 9D, and then we'll kind of take it from there. So, but this is discussion and consideration to adopt Resolution 14-2015, ratifying the Memorandum of Understanding, otherwise known as an MOU, between the Cambria Community Districts International Association of Firefighters, Union Local 4635. And I'm going to turn this over to Monique Madrid, our Administrative Services officer, who worked closely with our other negotiator and really was in negotiations with the for quite a long time. So, Monique, if you would, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you. Yes. We did enter into, or we're hoping that you'll ratify a 3-year term contract with the firefighters. They are local union 4635. And I'll just highlight the items in the staff report that are related to money And then if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them for you. So we do have a salary increase for each year. The first year is 4%, the second increase is 3.5%, and the third increase is 3.5%. Let's see. So we also changed the way that we're going to do the split with the health insurance, which will be an 85-15% split. And they will be contributing fully to their employees' portion of the retirement contribution by the end of the contract. So I think that is most of the money part.
Okay. There is no public comment on this item. And so we'll move to board questions, discussion. Anything?
Can I make a motion?
Okay, ready for the motion.
Do you want to do it?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
I move we adopt Resolution 142015, ratifying the Memorandum of Understanding between the Cambria Community Services District and International Association of Firefighters Union Local 4635.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we ratify Resolution 14-2015, ratifying the Memorandum of Understanding between the Cambria Community Service District and the International Association of Firefighters Union Local 4635. Discussion? Okay, I'm not hearing any discussion. It's kind of an exciting time. Okay, let's have a roll call vote.
Director Rice?
Aye.
Director Berenger?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
Vice President Cliff?
Aye.
And President Robinette?
Happy to say aye.
Thank you.
Passes 5-0. Okay, we're moving now to item D. And would you
Jerry
like
said
to
I could
introduce
introduce
it, please?
Yes. I actually was told I could give the staff report because we didn't think Bob was coming back, but now he's here. So
Okay.
And I would have done it really quickly, and I would have been able to use the word clogging and ragging, but now I can't.
We don't usually say clog and rag,
Item
do
D.
we? Not in the same sentence. I don't know.
I've used it before at home. Discussion and consideration of adoption of Resolution 24-2015 authorizing purchase of wastewater treatment plant screening equipment. I turn it over to District Engineer Bob Gressens.
Well, thank you, Tim. Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I'll try to control my enthusiasm here to make this go quicker because I can go all over the place on this. But needless to say, our treatment plant needs this type of screening at its headworks to allow it to operate cost effectively and efficiently. Our operators have had their hands full for a number of years without having this equipment in place. The fouling that occurs downstream is a real problem. We had a very good tour with our wastewater ad hoc committee recently, so they got to see this firsthand and have an understanding of the need for the equipment. We did do some informal bidding based on the, I'll probably get this name wrong, but California Uniform Public Construction Cost Accounting Act, which was an ordinance that the district passed back in 2013. So that allowed us to go out for informal bids. We solicited bids from 6 different firms. We got 5 good, solid quotes back. And the low bid, and it was a responsive bid, was from Ortec out of Maple Heights, Ohio. And that base cost was $67,800, which was an all 304 type stainless steel machine. And we also had a scheduling constraint that they said they could meet, which was a 12-week fabrication and delivery following the approval of shop drawings. So they had a low cost plus able to meet the scheduling criteria. So without further delay on this, our recommendation is to adopt the resolution attached to the staff report 24-2015, which would authorize us to purchase that equipment. We did note that the cost did not include sales tax, so there's a use tax in California for our area of 7.5%, and we roughly estimated that to be to bring the total to $70,920.15, which the use tax actually gets paid to the state of California. Because there would be some unforeseen changes that can occur during the review of the shop drawings, we also included a request to authorize up to 5% of the bid cost to cover any potential changes that might be discovered as we're going through the real nitty-gritty details during submittal review. So with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Ready for a motion?
I would move the adoption.
No public.
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
No
Did
public
it just come in? Nope. It just came in. Okay. All right. Thank you. Sorry.
So I'm just catching up with the addendum still.
Okay. All right, Mary?
So this is a approximately $71,000 cost on this wastewater treatment plant, but it shows that we have a budget deficit of $207,316 for wastewater. What I would like to request is we need one document that shows the full scope of work of what we're going to need on the wastewater treatment plant. What is the total amount needed? I imagine it's way more than $7 million, which was a figure that was kind of just tossed around out there a couple of months ago. We need the total budget of what it's going to cost. We need to know what's involved with the enhanced compliance action, the full document for the enhanced compliant action, how much it's going to cost to comply with those violations that were levied on the district, on us, basically. All it says in here is that you're looking at the evaluation study for a 10% design. So where's the 90% of the design? And phases. In a agenda item a little while ago, it said that this was phase 1. Is it phase 1 of 100, phase 1 of 2 phases, phase 1 of 500 phases, and then how many tasks are under each phase? Is it phase 1, task 1, and then we're going to have 17 tasks, just like what happened with the so-called emergency water supply project? What is the full scope of this work? How much is this going to cost us? How much are we actually in debt? And can the new the emergency water supply project treat the nitrates directly? I've had an email conversation with someone that says the EWS, AWTP, whatever you want to call it, will not actually treat nitrates and remove nitrates directly. It seemed to me that it's supposed to remove everything that goes through there. If it can't remove nitrates, then maybe it's not actually working right either. Thank you.
Thank you.
I move the adoption of Resolution 24, 2015, authorizing the purchase of wastewater treatment plant screening equipment not to exceed $80,000.
I'll second.
So moved and seconded. Discussion? Director Rice?
Thank you, President Robinette. I just would like to, there is a bigger vision of what's going on with the wastewater treatment plant, and there's a lot of things that need to be done. This is something we need to do immediately based on how the plant is currently working, and we're trying to kind of get to a place where the whole system is working and playing together well, and including the people, hopefully. But I think that Mary makes a good point, but we also are not at that point, and this is something that when we toured the plant would be the first thing that we do, I think, of anything that we do, because if we don't do this, anything else we do is kind of, we'll be paddling, barely ahead about what we want to do. We need to do this first. It's, you've got to make sure there's oil in the car before you drive. So this to me is the beginning of a conversation. It's a bigger conversation, but I feel confident that this is something that we need to be spending the money on, and is not just an extra bell or whistle. This is actually critical for getting us back in line with what we need to be putting out to the percolation ponds and pulling back out for the advanced water treatment. I mean, there's the whole system. So I feel very comfortable based on after having the tour and knowing what all needs to happen.
Ditto.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further comments, discussion? Okay, we're ready for the motion.
Already done.
Yes.
Merle motioned, I
I'm
seconded.
sorry.
Ready for the call. Roll call, here goes.
Okay, here we go.
Director Cliff?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
Director Rice?
I don't.
Aye. Director Behringer?
Yeah, aye.
President Wright? Robinette?
Aye.
Aw.
Okay, so it passes 5-0. Okay.
I think that Director Behringer was the second on that one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, we share nicely. Okay, we are moving on to item D. Item E, as I said. Okay, all right. Let me just move these around. What is that? Item E?
Yes,
No, it's
yes, Madam President.
Do you think that is? I think it's item E. Is it item E? No, I'm.
We're on item E.
Okay, but I know. All right, thank you, and pardon me for that little brief disruption here. On item E, would you please direct, no, you're not the director. General Manager Gruber, would you please introduce that?
Thank you, Madam President. Item 9E is consider of an adoption of a resolution 23-2015, the election of directors to the Special Districts Risk Management Authority Board of Directors. It's recommended that the resolution 23-2015 selecting candidates to serve as directors on the Board of Directors for the Special District Risk Management Authority. The CCSD is a member of the Special District Risk Management Authority, participating in SDRMA's property, liability, and workers' compensation insurance programs. SDRMA notified members in January of 2015 of nominations for 3 seats on the SDRMA Board of Directors. SDRMA Election Committee confirmed that 4 candidates met the qualifications required and submitted their nomination documents in accordance with the SDRMA policies. Attached are the candidate statements of qualification. The board is asked to select up to 3 candidates, and the candidates are Robert Swan, Ed Gray, Sandy Seifert Raffleson, and R. Michael Wright. Signed resolution ballots must be received by the SDRMA on or before 5 p.m. Tuesday, August 25th, 2015. A 4-year term for newly elected SDRMA directors will begin on January 1st, 2016, and termination on December 31st, 2019. There is a resolution attached, and as indicated earlier in the staff report, there's some bios and some information on some of the folks. So,
Okay, thank you. Discussion? Motion?
Since I am a director of the Special District Risk Management Authority, I'd like to have the a little bit of a say in our recommendation. And both the incumbents, Ed Gray and Sandy Raffleson, have been excellent board members. They're outstanding people. They're long-term people involved in special districts. Ed Gray from Chino Valley, and also Sandy Raffleson from Hairlong Public Utilities. And if anybody knows where Hairlong Public Utilities is, it is way out there off of 395 in the you know, it takes her longer than it takes me to get there to Sacramento. The other 2, Robert Swan and Michael Wright, are relatively new members as CSD members. They're both presidents of their respective organizations. Groveland Community Services is up near Yosemite. Michael is Los Osos Community Service. So if I was to make a recommendation, I would recommend that we vote for Ed Gray, Sandy Raffleson, and I would give preference to Michael Wright as a local. Also, he has about 41 years experience in insurance, And since what this is basically is an insurance buying pool, it's been, for me, it was, when I first went on the board, I was the only one with any insurance experience. Everyone else was either a manager or a board member from districts, and wouldn't be nice to have someone else on the board. So I would recommend those three, and if need be, I would so move.
All right, it's been moved and seconded that we support Ed Gray, Sandy Raffleson, and Michael Wright. Discussion?
I appreciate Director Cliff's input and appreciate that. The only thing we could vote for 2 rather than 3.
Well, yeah, you could do.
But if your recommendation is strong on Michael Wright, then I would.
Let me back up and say that my recommendation is very strong for the 2 incumbents. The other 2, I have, no feeling one way or another. I don't know either one of them one way or another. I just was probably taking the position that
more insurance,
and local to our area.
That's true.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm fine. I'm fine with it.
Okay, and who did the second?
I did.
Director Thompson seconded, and Vice President Cliff made the motion. Any further discussion? So we're going to stay with the 3, not just 2.
Yeah.
Okay, we're ready for the roll call.
Vice President Cliff?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
Director Berenger?
Aye.
Director Rice? Aye. President Robinette?
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Okay, thank you. Moving on to 9F. And General Manager Gruber, if you would please introduce 9F.
Thank you, Madam President and board members. And I appreciate everybody staying for this 4.5 hours into this. So item F is discussion and consideration to adopt resolution 25-2015, approving an agreement with the California Department of Forestry and the Fire Protection for CCSD Fire Department Management Services. It is recommended the Board of Directors consider adopting Resolution 25-2015, approving an agreement with the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, CAL FIRE, to provide department management services to the Cambria Community Services District Fire Department for a period of 1 year from July 1st, 2015 to July 1st, 2016. Just a brief comment on the fiscal impact. This amount was taking Chief Miller's salary and fully burdened rate and comparing it to the proposal that's before you today. What it does not take into consideration is that what we call a Me Too clause, and usually what management gets is what the SCIU gets. So if the SCIU, which will be bringing an agreement to you in the near future, got a 3% raise, then management would probably get a 3% raise, which would, and I'm making some assumptions here, which would raise the fully burdened price of Chief Miller's position, which would thus lessen the gap between the amount that you see here. The other thing that it doesn't take into consideration is what it would cost us to recruit with a professional recruiting firm. We did do an RFP and got several requests for proposals back from recruiting firms, and that amount was between $25,000 and $30,000, and so that's one of the costs that I wanted to just pass on also to you. So the discussion is just a chronological kind of laying out why this is before you today. It starts out with the grand jury report. It goes into the ad hoc committee that was formed. It goes into the ad hoc committee's response to the grand jury. It includes the grand jury's letter that ad hoc committee drafted and the full board supported. It also goes into a time frame regarding what I call PAFs and leave and absence, because I wanted to show that when we received the PAF, also the dates specific when Chief Miller requested terminal leave and asked that he could use his existing leave bank, and all those things are included. But just kind of a brief summary, as you know, the county grand jury has spent a significant amount of time looking at the efforts to improve emergency services in Cambria. One of the grand jury's recommendations was to look at opportunities to work with CAL FIRE. Before you is an agreement of management services with CAL FIRE by which CAL FIRE will provide the district with a chief for a one-year period. The agreement includes a broad, comprehensive scope of work with specific provisions to support NCORE, North Coast Ocean Rescue, and CERT. And those have been some concerns, and we ask that the agreement in front of you, which is green sheeted, include those two important components that's important to the community and also important to our firefighters. Also, we do have Chief Lewin here today. Staff believes this is a good opportunity to work with CAL FIRE to bring our agencies closer for a one-year period. Chief Lewin is here and can fill in the details and answer any specific questions. So with that, Madam President, I would just turn it back over to the board. And again, Chief Lewin's been here for the whole process, and so are some of our firefighters, along with Chief Miller. So I'll give it back to you at this time, Madam President.
Okay, and I'm going to ask just a procedural question. We can go either way with the board. Do we want to have discussion now, or do we rather have public comment now? I think so too. Because we can do that. So we will start then with public comment. Okay, and Mary Ann Meyer. Is Mary Ann here? Okay, thank you. At 12:15, you turn this in.
Good afternoon. Okay, my name is Mary Ann Meyer. I'm not here representing any other organization here in town, but I'm here as a concerned resident of Cambria. I would like to urge the CCSD board to not sign the contract with CAL FIRE to employ an interim chief to replace Chief Miller. The Cambria Fire Department has at least 2 qualified candidates that are willing and able to step into the position as interim chief. William Hollingsworth and Steve Bitto are the, excuse me?
I'm sorry, she should have turned the timer
on. William Hollingsworth and Steve Bitto are the most qualified candidates for this position, and that appointment would send a positive message to the hardworking men and women of our local fire department. If you choose to not hire a CAL FIRE chief, it would be a cost-saving measure of over $200,000, of which CCSD could use toward the replacement of a new fire engine. I would also urge the CCSD board not to move forward with any plans to have CAL FIRE take over the local fire department. A more sensible approach would be to merge our local fire department with CCHD emergency services, thus creating one stellar emergency response team, which the residents of this community deserve. I would also like to add it is unfair to the CCS Fire Department employees the manner in which not one of the board members or general manager had the courage to speak face-to-face with their own CCSD employees regarding the interim chief position. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Broadhurst. Mike did have to leave earlier, and he did leave this for public comment, so I'll read it into the record. His comment, he said he does have to leave. Rural residents concerned and inquiring about CAL FIRE fee and reduction in service to rural areas. So he's just wondering, would there be an impact on service to rural areas, I believe. Okay, next then we have John Angel.
Thank you, Madam. I'm John Angel, 25-year resident for Cambria, and I was on your board from 91 to 96. I think it's important that we all understand what an organization exists for. The State Department of Forestry and Fire Protection exists to prevent fire in woodlands, forestry, and not structural fires. But the Cambria Fire Department, on the other hand, exists to protect the residents of Cambria, who are constituted about 6,500 people, and primarily residential areas. The people of Cambria Fire Department know the area, they know the people, they know the streets, they know the neighborhoods. CAL FIRE, as it's presently known, formerly CDF at one point, do not have that knowledge of the community that Cambria Fire Department has. I can't imagine making a interim appointment of CAL FIRE to take over the Cambria Fire Department when the present chief retires, when we have qualified people in the department. I can think of at least 2 members of our fire department who are probably very qualified. They know, as the man said in the musical, they know the territory. So I strongly urge you to not take any action toward appointing CAL FIRE as an interim fire chief. Thank you.
Thank you. Sonia Castellanos.
I want to thank you for your work to serve the needs of Cambria, and I want to acknowledge the 3 outstanding emergency entities that we have serving us, and that's CAL FIRE, the Cambria Fire Department, and the ambulance. When I think of our community, I'm standing before you as a resident of Cambria for 40 years. And when I think of, and I appreciate all that I hear about how well the groups actually work together to prevent fire, but also the fire department to handle any kind of disaster that occurs, it's beautiful to see that they work together so well. Each one has their purview. So the ambulance crew that serves the medical emergencies, the fire department that is our local focused group with the priority of Cambria, the town, and any emergencies that we have here. And then the CAL FIRE that supports that, but also has its job. So they make sure that the fire doesn't go off into other areas to extend that danger, and they go off into other areas to make sure that the fires are helped by California and all in California, but also that they don't come into our area. When I think of them going off into that danger, into the far reaches, I feel secure knowing that we have our own fire department that's focused on the emergencies that we have in our area. So I want to encourage you to really remember that citizens feel more secure knowing that we have our own. I also want to say, as an educator, in a different arena than this one, but when I've worked with programs that had federal funding or state funding, we had to contain ourselves within certain parameters of the funding source. When we didn't have connections with that, we had the ability to be much more flexible and responsive to the local community. So providing a local program of in the educational arena allowed that flexibility. I would like us to maintain that responsive local control, local connection, awareness, and ability to respond with our fire department. I'm really glad that you're opening up the ad hoc committees to public comment and public input. I'm very pleased with that. In regards to the budget deficit that I'm hearing about, it seems that a more appropriate consolidation would be the 2 local entities, which is the ambulance and the fire. They are the local groups that already are working together, and they can be able to consolidate if you're looking at funding cuts. On another note, with the funding and budget issues, when hiring is a very expensive process, and it takes time. And again, when you have qualified people within the ranks, they could step into the position. There's something called in-house hiring where you acknowledge that first, and then you don't have the extra expenses of going out. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to second the speakers that have addressed you so cogently and with such clear and rational passion. I do want to note what I heard from the summary by the General Manager, however. When I had asked before, who brought this proposal to you? And I had said that the grand jury doesn't seem like a significant enough impetus to take action today. But it was clear in the General Manager's report. He said, staff believes. And that's a quotation. And I don't understand what the meaning of the word staff is there. If there was no conversation with the fire department, with its members from, as we say, top to bottom, then with whom did the General Manager have the conversation and the staff that led him to bring this proposal to you now? I think it is, as I said before, and I repeat, it is totally premature to hire a CAL FIRE manager for your fire department when you can celebrate with Mr. Miller his retirement, and you can look at with whom he works now and say, my goodness, we don't have to look very far, do we, to find, if you want to play it safe, friends, you can appoint somebody as an interim fire chief for 1 year from within the department, and you will have a wonderful solid base in this community of support for all that you're trying to do to serve Cambria, to protect it, and to make it thrive even in these grave emergencies that we now allegedly face. So please, do not support this particular resolution before you. Support the investigation of hiring somebody from within the department as interim or permanent. Thank you.
And last on public comment on item 9F, Bob Putney.
Madam President, members of the board, Bob Putney, resident of Cambria. Just looking at your agenda and looking at it, it looks like this was pushed through very quickly, and I realize that Chief Miller is retiring, and so there's a need to fill the gap. I would agree with the speakers before that there is an opportunity to hire people from within side. As I explained before, for 35 years I worked in, with, and for CAL FIRE, and they're a great organization. They are a co-partner, and I respect them highly and would work side by side any day with them at all. That said, they have a statewide fire mission, and they have an out-of-state fire mission as well, where they provide mutual aid with the governor's approval to respond outside the state. During this difficult wildland season in California, as hard as it is for the ranger units that Chief Lewin supervises to keep battalion chiefs in, they're constant in a fluid movement. They're moving all over the county to cover other battalions. They're moving up into Monterey County. They're moving all over the state, and it's possible that several times this year that the coverage that the community receives could be from somebody from Amador, El Dorado County, or another region where a battalion chief comes in. As hard as it is and easy to say that I will guarantee someone's here, that's very difficult. I support the idea of promoting someone within as an interim fire chief. You all received an email from me last night stating that I am a retiree as your fire chief here in Cambria. And for the betterment of the community, I would step back in as a retired annuitant and work 980 hours in the year as you finalize your search for a fire chief at a great savings from what's been offered from CAL FIRE. I know the area. I live here. I think the citizens respect me. I think the department respects me. And I think we need to look at our department as you go through and find out, is it our best advantage to contract with CAL FIRE? Is that the best thing to do? And that we don't mix looking at contracting with CAL FIRE and bringing administrative overhead in. I think that might, if you will, color the way you're going to move. So I want to make it real clear. I have nothing against CAL FIRE at all. They are a great department, but they are tasked with a lot, and they do a lot, and they do it well. But at times they're stretched thin, and it may be when they're stretched thin that we need them, and it's very hard for them to guarantee that someone from this county, from one of our battalions in this Ranger unit will be here, because when the state starts to burn, people move very quickly. They move throughout the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and that closes public comment, and we will now go to board discussion. Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to maybe have some questions from Chief Lewin. I don't know if you want to make a presentation or not, but at the same time, there are some questions that I would have relative to this particular contract. And it's, I noticed in the contract, it's by contract with us, correct? It's not us turning our department over to Caltrans. I kept saying that the other day to CAL FIRE. Because what we're talking about here today is management services for our department, our people, to stay right here. Is that your understanding?
Yes, Vice President Cliff. It's quite true that when we do a cooperative agreement with a local agency, they maintain local control. You could merely ask the City Council in Pismo Beach or the Board of Directors in Los Osos that very question, and they'll tell you that they control the level of service that's provided. Like you have many contracts with different contractors, you're in control of that contract. We refer to them as cooperative agreements because when you buy into a cooperative agreement, you're getting more than you're paying for. You're getting all of the services that all the cooperators are putting into the program. So, yes, you will maintain control over that contract.
The other aspects are movement from the area. Is it by contract we're saying our people are staying here, just like we would stay here now unless we, by agreement, moved out?
So in this interim agreement, we're merely going to be providing management. Your fire department is completely intact. Your employees are still under their MOU, under their labor agreements. They still are employees of the CSD. We're going to provide professional management services to your fire department. We know how to do that. We do that in, as I said, in other local agencies, communities in this county. We have been doing it for the county of San Luis Obispo since 1930. We're the county fire department. I'm the county fire chief. We have done an interim type agreement before in the city of Grover Beach for, I think it may have been up to a year. We did it in the community of Paradise in Butte County, where we provide this service. In the case of Grover Beach, they decided they were through with our services. They wanted to do something else, and we shook hands and left and continue to have a good relationship with them. In the town of Paradise, they went on to execute a full cooperative agreement up there, so that can be done as well. So I can tell you it's a different model. The type of management that you're going to get from us is going to be with a lot of depth. You're not just going to have one fire chief managing all programs. You're going to have people in our department who have specialties. For example, you're going to get a fire marshal services from a person who's fully qualified as a fire marshal and her staff. You're going to get people that do budgeting and administrative work to go over your budget and to provide that. You're going to have a battalion chief who will work out of the office here. He'll drive your chief officer vehicle, and he'll be supervising those crews
just as your fire chief does, and training with them and making sure that everything is accommodated. We intend in this case to have 2 battalion chiefs cover this area. As you know, Chief Phil Veneris is the current battalion chief up here. We intend to have a 2nd battalion chief in this battalion, and they'll co-share the management of this so that you'll essentially get 5 or 6 days of direct supervision in the battalion. But of course, when you have a cooperative agreement with us, you get 24/7 chief officer response, battalion coverage, if you will, and you have 24/7 duty chief coverage. And of course, just like any fire chief, I work every day, every night. And if I'm not, my deputy chief is. So, by the way, there's my staff back there, some of them. They're standing by the door because they felt like they might need to bolt.
Please come in and have a seat.
They're really fine people. They live, of course, in this county, and they've served in this county their careers. As you know, we consider Cambria to be our town. We have a fire station in this town and have had that fire station there since the early 60s. We have been fighting fire in Cambria for 100 years. This is not something new to us to be in Cambria. Cambria, as you know, over the last, especially during this drought, we have put a huge amount of effort into. So I want to just dispel the notion of that you're losing some kind of local knowledge and local ability. We care about this town. As you know, we're spending a tremendous amount of effort in this town right now because of the drought. I have 2 inspectors in this town every day. Those inspectors are for the whole county. They're in this town because you have the pressing need of a pine forest that's in distress. And let me just, I want to just take a moment for a second, and I wanted to do this in the beginning, is I want to thank your chief. Mark Miller and I are friends. We have served together for, both of us I think have been chief for about 4 or 5 years. During that time, we've served on committees together. We're both on the Regional Hazmat Board team. We're both on the Fire Safe Council. We're both in the Chiefs Association. The cooperative agreement, the cooperativeness of the relationship, and it goes all the way back to Chief Putney. Chief Putney and I started the Fire Safe Focus Group in Cambria in 1999. I wrote the original bylaws for that organization when I was a captain in there. We did the first chipping event in Cambria. There's a lot of history for us in this town that should not be neglected or everyone should keep reminding themselves that we're here. It's not something foreign to us. But you're going to have to accept that it's a different model. Everybody's going to have to accept that it's a different model of management, good or bad, and that's for your board to decide if you're ready to do that. I guess I just will. I'll quit talking here in a second, and I'll answer any questions, of course, that you have. And I just want to say, your firefighters are professionals. We've worked with them. We go to every structure fire with them in this community. We're on hose lines with them. They're professionals, and I'm confident if you want to go this way and have us provide interim management of the department, that they'll be professional, that they will do what they've always done with us and share the burden of protecting this community. And then finally, I can tell you this profoundly. CAL FIRE, San Luis Obispo County Fire Department, we do what we say we're going to do. So if I tell you we're going to do something during this interim period, I promise you that. If it's in that agreement, if it's something you want me to do, I'm going to do it. I'm going to make sure we're doing it. There will be nothing short of that. So tell me what you want, and we'll do that.
There's been some, excuse me if I'm hogging the deal
go
here,
ahead.
But there's been some question in relative to not having support for NCOR or CERT. Could you elaborate on maybe what your experience with CERT is in place both here and other parts of the county?
So we've been active in supporting CERT for several years, for many years. We helped train CERT folks in the North County, our Heritage Ranch area, and in the Paso Robles area. We have a CERT trailer located at our station in Los Osos. We've helped train the people in what's referred to as the Estero Bay CERT. That's a combination of Cayucas, Morro Bay, and Los Osos. We're all participating with our other fire chiefs and the sheriff's office with that CERT. CERT is part of, we welcome trying to make sure the citizens are prepared, and that's one method that we do to do that. We tried to start a CERT program in the 5 cities area. We advertised classes. We were ready to get a trailer, and unfortunately only 3 people signed up. So it isn't successful necessarily everywhere because sometimes communities just can't get the catalyst for it. This community by far has the best CERT program. The sheriff and I serve on the sheriff's task force with him. We decided to put the trailers and provide funding to this community. There's no doubt that this is the model CERT. We can add to the agreement the language that says we will support CERT in the same, and we'll do it in the same fashion that your current fire chief is doing that. And as far as NCORE, we have a long history of water rescue. We're helped author the Coastal Response Plan. We run a 25 person lifeguard program in Pismo Beach. We have 5 rescue boats, 3 rescue watercraft, and 2 rubber inflatables. We're very versed in that type of thing. I would say that we probably we save more lives on cliffs and in the ocean than we do in any other activity that we do in our department. We respond to probably 2 or 3 bona fide rescues a month in this county. Our folks do, in Pismo Beach predominantly, but in Morro Bay and Montana de Oro and many other places. And, of course, up the coast all the way to Ragged Point.
Well, there was just one other point. I also noticed in the contract that you have a provision for providing plan checks and those kinds of administrative services that we do here in the local fire department.
Yes, sir. Our Fire Marshal Bureau has 3 fire captains and a fire prevention specialist that do nothing but new construction and new development. Those people will be serving Cambria in the same manner that we do all the other communities that we do development in, including Los Osos, Avila Beach, Pismo Beach, the entire unincorporated areas of the counties. They'll get that same type of service, but they'll be following your adopted fire code, not ours, not the county's. Pismo Beach has a separate one, and we follow that one in Pismo Beach, and same with Avila and same with Los Osos. We will enforce the code that you adopted.
I just thank you for your comments. I just wanted to also share with everyone here, and I'm glad everyone is here, because I don't know why, but we have had, unfortunately, I think through no one's premeditated anything, but just misunderstandings, we have had some comments, rumors, possibilities that bad things would really come with this. And that always gives us a difficult start. I think we're at a place now where we're talking now with you, listening to you, to set the record straight. I think that's very helpful to everyone. I think everyone here is for that. You want to know the facts. You want to know the truth. I had heard and have seen concerns about our premier volunteer CERT organization and NCORE. We have now in the contract under Exhibit E, Section 1, Items 4 and 5, address the support to the North Coast Ocean Rescue and to CERT, because I see that as certainly being sensitive, as being responsive to concerns that people have. I think you've made it very clear. Again, some of the other things people have been worried about, we're losing our fire department. This is an interim management position, and the future, wherever it's going to go, after a lot of work, a lot of dialogue, a lot of input with the public, we're not losing the fire department. And so I think these are things that people need to know. Change is always, it change is hard. I think a lot of good things have come out, though, that we all kind of look back on and appreciate, too. It's 1877 that we had our first fire department. Until lately, I can't tell you that I could have told you that year. But I think we look at that, and the fire protection then was what it was, and it evolved, and it's changed. It moved in 1936, then it moved to 1977. And I think with all of these, we learn and we improve and we get better at what we do. Clearly, the fire department is very effective, but you're talking about your cooperative relationship and your partnership, not a takeover. And so I appreciate that. Okay, other discussion, questions? Director Barringer first.
I have some questions for Mr. Lewin. One of the things, it's the same firefighters, same knowledge of the area, and if you're short-staffed, that's when potentially one of your people could fill in. Is that correct? Or it's our guys or nothing?
Under this agreement, this is for management of the department. So we wouldn't be putting our firefighters on your engine. However, there's no reason that we couldn't, in the next limited amount of time, whatever, come up with some sort of MOU between our agencies to accommodate something like that. So there's room for, you can almost, I should probably look at your attorney, but you can almost work out anything you need to work out to make things right.
And that brings me to another question. This is a one-year contract, but how we can terminate when? 3 months? What kind of notice do we have?
I think it's 120 days. Is that what?
I can look, but I think he's right. It's 120 days.
Okay. So if we make a commitment, the commitment is for 120 days, at least. Right. Notify them. Okay, 120 days after that.
And let me tell you why that's important, and you should do that with eyes wide open, is I'm going to be hiring a limited term battalion chief behind the battalion chief I'm going to assign to this battalion. So, you know, when you hire people, you don't want to mess with them too much, right? Mm-hmm. So it's important that you know that 120 days is going to be the case.
And I also noticed that our fire truck, good old number 57, has gone many places throughout the state on mutual aid. And I'm sensitive to people wanting the fire truck to be here all the time. And maybe in this MOU, we can make sure that the preference is not to have, not to have our fire truck here preferentially, as opposed to going all over the state.
Sir, you can ask Chief Miller this, but under the current mutual aid plan for the county, I believe that the Cambria fire engine does not leave this county.
Okay.
And that will not change until the mutual aid plan is changed, which you would have the input on.
Right.
So, and you can check with Chief Miller.
Here's another thing that a lot of people complain about. If a 911 call comes out, yes, the ambulance comes out. Mm-hmm. Yes, the fire department comes out. Yes, we have CAL FIRE. Would you anticipate any kind of change? Because, and let me say why. A lot of people don't want to call 911 because they don't want 12 people in their home. Would you, on a 911 call, would your battalion chief be able to take a preference for either the CAL FIRE truck or our fire truck?
The level of service that's decided on a response is determined by the fire chief. So and I delegate that to my battalion chief. So if they say a particular area of the county is going to require 7 engines to a wildland fire, or 5 engines, or 3 engines to a commercial fire, we have sort of standards, but then we have local control by, if you will, by those battalion chiefs. Generally speaking, what you want to do, of course, is get people there quickly. By having fire engines respond to medical aids, they get there quickly. They can initiate. The paramedics on the ambulance can come, or the paramedics on the engine. And you really do need more than 2 people on a medical aid, if nothing, merely to lift people. But it's very important to have enough people there to do it. If a call is close to our station, they're going to get there quicker than this station, and certainly we want that to happen. Time is of the essence. So, but all things can be looked at operationally. at any time. And your chief always does that. I mean, he's constantly evaluating that.
And so yours is purely administrative. And is there any technologies that you have that you could make available to our fire department as, I don't know, GPS or something like that that we could benefit from?
Yes, and you can, whether you have this agreement or not, you can benefit from them now because we already dispatch Cambria Fire Department at our dispatch center, and we have probably the highest tech system of any department in the whole county. We have mobile data computers in all of our fire engines. They have automated vehicle location in them, so we dispatch by closest vehicle, not by closest station. Those things are already available to the Cambria Fire Department. We've offered those up. Of course, they cost some money, but you know, it's something that's there, and we have advanced very far in that.
Thank you, Director Rice.
How was the amount arrived at for the price for the year?
So the amount is the cost of one battalion chief, full, and there's a admin fee charged in a cooperative agreement.
And the admin fee is a standard across the state,
yeah,
or how
it's somewhere around 12%.
Okay, of the
It
battalion.
should be listed in there.
Okay, I'm sorry, I
No
just
worries.
got the contract at the meeting.
Much
start
of
the
it's
meeting today.
boilerplate language.
Started the meeting today, 5 hours ago. I would very much like to take a step back, and this is something that's really, really important and has almost nothing to do with the emergency services and how we're going to provide them. This is an example of what I find to be kind of a troubling trend. The general manager presents the board with his answer for questions of policy that should properly be a discussion and decision of the board. When I'm presented only one option, going with CAL FIRE to replace Chief Miller on an interim year-long basis, especially when it's a decision on such a critical issue like public safety, it doesn't give me I have no options on this policy at all. There must be a different answer, and all that I've been hearing so far is we're all trying to get to, is CAL FIRE going to provide the service that we need? Is CAL FIRE going to be okay solving this issue that we have where we don't have a fire chief? We trust the chief that we have right now with our safety in our lives. Why don't we trust him when he recommends somebody to fill his spot, even on an interim basis? If we only consider morale of the firefighters, you bring in somebody from outside, there's firefighters there that have been getting additional training as they move up in their careers, and there's not a lot of places to go here. It's a very small department. If we don't at least consider filling the position with somebody who the fire chief might even recommend that's already here, at least on a short-term interim basis, I think we're making a mistake. I'm not talking about a year long. I'm not talking about a permanent appointment necessarily right away. But what I am saying is this decision should not be rushed. I do not want, I'm not, as much as I love CAL FIRE, and Chief Lewin is amazing at walking that line between making sure we're all prepared and not just scaring the bejesus out of us, which is a hard line to walk. And I appreciate that about him and Chief Miller. There are lots of reasons to consider the possibility of having an interim who's currently working already with the district. But I want to pull it back again to where my concern really lies, which is that there are many, many examples since I joined this board of agenda items that are brought to us where the policy's already been decided. We get one solution for that policy, and we don't get other alternatives to that policy. This is premature, but it's also really long overdue, because I tell you what, the board may not have approved this strategic plan, but this strategic plan was put together in 2013. It was given to the board, but we never did anything like a discussion with it. It's a long-term strategic plan for the fire department. This thing says February 7th, 2013, there were meetings, and they worked on this strategic plan. The fire department did. Jerry was there. Mike Thompson was there. This plan says in it, the fire chief is retiring May 2015. And they've had this since 2013. Why is this happening right now? This is not an urgency thing. We need to put, I really think this is a time to take a moment and take a breath, to have somebody who we can know that knows the department and can fill in, and that our chief, who we trust, who we don't really want him to go. I should only speak for myself, but I think that that is a pretty universal feeling about it. That the person, he says, that can be interim, and then let's do something like, I don't know, try and find a full-time fire chief, figure out if the person that we've got is interim will be a good fire chief. There's a lot of opportunity here. A year-long contract with CAL FIRE, I think, is a mistake. No offense to CAL FIRE, because they provide a really important service, and we work together well. And I don't want to, this is not about bashing on anybody. This is about being realistic. And our general manager has known, and we should have known for a long, long time, and we have done nothing to fill this position. We knew he was leaving. We don't want him to, but we knew it. Please, let's not enter into a year-long contract right now. Let's take a breath. There are solutions that don't involve entering into a year-long contract. I believe when Chief Miller had his little hiatus before, we had a month-long contract with CAL FIRE that we paid for, even though it was only a couple of days. So there are solutions. I do not think this is an issue that we should only get one option, and that option completely ignores what our current fire chief has recommended to the general manager, and so that's where I stand on it. And I don't think that there's anybody on this board that has already made a decision about how this should go, and I really hope that you consider strongly the reasons why I think we need to be doing this in a much more measured way, because we are not, even if we have CAL FIRE come and join us to manage, that doesn't mean we're going to become a CAL FIRE department. What it does mean, though, is a lot of money and morale that goes down because there's people there that are qualified. We need to be doing this, I think, a different way, and that's where I stand on it. So I would hope, what I would like to see this board do is I would like to see this board direct the general manager to hire an interim from inside the department as recommended by the outgoing fire chief, who, again, we all trust and know is a good fire chief, and I don't think would leave us with somebody that wasn't qualified or good at the job. And then have the full-on discussion about whether or not that's over the long term. So maybe 3 months, let's say 3 months. Over the longer term, determine how we're going to actually make sure that a qualified fire chief is in place for this town, because it's an important, this is public safety. This is about people's lives. We need to do the right thing, and I don't think rushing through this is the right thing right now. Thank you.
General Manager Gruber.
I don't know where to begin. I think it's important, first of all, to understand, and I mean this absolutely humbly, my role. It's not appropriate, and this is an emotional issue, so it's really a hard discussion to have. I don't want it, and I appreciate what Director Rice has said. She had made a comment that I bring policies forward. I bring what I feel on many instances is the best recommendation based on what I feel is best for the community. And it's a tough decision to be in as general manager or city manager. It's not an easy position. It's not an easy position to be in. So with that responsibility comes authority, and with that authority comes responsibility. And it's really, what I did is I evaluated the internal candidates. I did. These are personnel matters, so I don't want to discuss that too much. But we are probably at the most critical time, and even Director Rice identified this within the community right now. The grand jury report recognizes that. We know our forest is in a pretty bad situation right now. And part of my thought process was, in that critical time, it's very important that we have the resources that the community needs, the resources that are available, which is CAL FIRE. And that was part of my decision-making process. We do have 2 captains, but we all know that they're overworked. I mean, they work really hard right now in what they do, and I feel at that critical juncture to ask them to take on another area of responsibility in addition to what they're already doing at this most critical time that the community has ever experienced is probably not a wise decision. It's a decision that I know a lot of people would like to make, and I understand that, and I can appreciate that. But the staffing decisions of this organization are mine to make, and I would hope that the board would never take that authority away from me. And that's part of the wonderful relationship that we have. I think historically, if you look back on the decisions I've made from staffing, overall, I think they've been pretty good. I think the whole organization as a whole has moved forward at all levels, in water and wastewater, facilities and resources, and the people that I've put in key management positions. But my expectation is that the captains, Captain Gibson and Captain Hollingsworth and Captain Bidow will do everything they can to if the board decides to go this direction, to support the battalion chief. And there's a brotherhood and a sisterhood there in public safety that I know they will, and I know they won't do anything to undermine that process. And why it's important that they don't do anything to undermine that process is because if they do, it doesn't truly allow the community and the board to allow this process to play out. I admire and respect your passion. I really do. I think sometimes there's a little blur between my role and the board's role. If the board was to come to me right now and say, Jerry, I want you to put this person in that position, I would say no. And where would we be? We would be stepping back. We would be stepping back in our relationship. We would be stepping back in this relationship that we have with the community. The last thing I want this to do is to divide us. We've come through some really challenging and difficult times the last 4 years, and with our water situation, and now we have another issue to look at, and that's the fire concern. I think we all agree that it's pretty monumental right now, and in my decision-making process to move forward with this, and you always have the option to say, Jerry, I want you to come back and evaluate other alternatives. I don't think that I would like in our relationship for you to say, Jerry, I want you to do this. So if that's something that you're considering, then that would be the direction that I would like to get from you. But I think that right now, listening to Chief Lewin and understanding the resources and the depth of experience that he can bring to the community and allow our captains to continue to play a command role on their ships with their engineers and with their reservists would be a good idea. Again, I just don't want this to be something that's divisive. I want it to be, we do talk about open eyes and everything, and I want everybody to allow this process to play out. And I think however it plays out, it's going to be good for the community. I have a great deal of respect for Captain Gibson and Captain Bidow and Captain Hollingsworth, and for Mark Miller. But I also think, as President Robinette indicated, that this department has evolved over the years, and you referenced some historical historical times in this community, and I look at least if the board decides to support this decision, that is just another step in the evolutionary process. It's not to hurt anybody or say that one individual is not qualified. My decision was based really on resource allocation. It's not an emotional decision. It's not a decision whether I like somebody or don't like somebody. I look at it as a decision that if we get on board and we support CAL FIRE during this period of time, we could probably go a lot farther in addressing the very concerns that a lot of people have in this room versus saying it's not a good idea and I'm not receptive to what is being proposed today. And in closing, when Chief Miller does go, what I want for Chief Miller more than anything is for him to leave knowing that his firefighters are supportive of the decision this board makes, and the CERT is supportive of the decision this board makes, and NCORE, because the sad part about all this is if he rides over the 46 and goes into Paso Robles, and there's division and there's animosity and we don't allow for this process to play out, all the work he has done has been in vain. Because you don't want to leave as a fire chief and put your heart and soul into a community for many years like he has, and then ride off and retire, which he deserves to do, with everybody up in arms. So I would ask, and many times this board makes decisions that I'm not necessarily supportive of, but I really believe strongly in a representative form of government. And whatever decision this board makes, it's my job as a general manager to support that decision, whether I agree with it or not. And as the elected officials, it's really the job of the fire department and the community to support the decision you make. So I'm hoping whatever decision is made today, that everybody embraces it. And when Chief Miller does retire, we know that we're off on a good start, because now is not the time to be divided or be divisive about the situation we have in this community. Thank you.
If I might.
Thank you very much, General Manager Kluber.
Respond, if you don't mind.
Director Rice?
I know everybody's chomping at the
I'd
bit.
like to recognize Chief Miller.
Okay.
Yes. Good point.
Thank you for allowing me to come up and address the board on this. It's a very important issue. Jerry, really a tear-jerking, that was a great presentation you just gave there. You really sold it. I wonder why I was never allowed to comment on any of this. I've been begging you to deal with this since 2013. Now, at the last hour, on a knee-jerk reaction, we're ready to sign a contract. I don't think that that's the proper way to do business. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish my thoughts. I apologize to you for coming off, but I took exception to it. I have worked here for 10 years, with 7 of those being as the fire chief. I have done everything I can to advance my crews, to develop their professional development, to offer them the opportunity for upward mobility. They act in the position when I'm gone. I do take vacation once in a while. And in that time, I bring up the captains. I have a very qualified staff. They have been active at getting their fire chief certifications. They have a great deal of institutional knowledge. I also want to say I have a great deal of respect for Rob Lewin, for the CAL FIRE organization. They are a lights-out organization, very professional. They come to our aid. It's been the hallmark of the San Luis Obispo County system since I've been here. That was the main thing that very much impressed me when I came here from Colorado, is the way that they jump in and they help each other out. I have nothing but respect for Chief Lewin and CAL FIRE. They would do a wonderful job. But I want you to know that you have one of the top fire departments in the state right here with the personnel you have. You have people that are motivated, that are committed to customer service within this community and are very well qualified to do it. And I am very disappointed that none of this, not any of this, was addressed with me. I was never asked for my opinion. I felt like I had a wonderful career here. I felt very much supported by this town. I love this town. I would never do anything different. This community deserves better. A knee-jerk reaction on something like this without any input from your local organization is unconscionable. I was never asked by anybody what our opinion was. I didn't want to stand up here and get emotional and go off on a tirade. That was the last thing I wanted to do. I think that this board and this admin needs to sit back, take a deep breath. I think they need to evaluate what they have. I think they need to take a look at utilizing the personnel that's here, that's well qualified, see what happens, make an intelligent decision, involve the community. The community deserves to be able to weigh in. That is why we produced the strategic planning document that we did for the community to be able to buy in and to say what they wanted for their fire department. Now, with that on the table, let's talk about the grand jury. The grand jury cites the issue of inadequate fire protection in this area to deal with the problem. Now, we add a manager on top of that. No, it's not really going to help a whole lot. You're going to need boots on the ground. You're going to need firefighters for that. You have an opportunity with a SAFER grant that one of our personnel wrote and went out and did a wonderful job. You have an opportunity to add personnel. They increase the fire protection. That's what you need to do. The overhead part of it isn't gonna stop fires in the community. Take a deep breath, sit back, look what you got. I don't have a dog in the fight. You know, I certainly do not want to destroy my relationship with Rob Lewin or CAL FIRE or any of the other agencies in this community. But I'm here to tell you that you have a wonderful organization of well-qualified personnel. Give them a shot. See what they can do for you. Then make a choice. Also, one other item. CAL FIRE, this is SRA. CAL FIRE is committed to this area as it is. This is state responsibility area. CAL FIRE must respond here, and you have the resources of CAL FIRE, okay? You also have an ALS department in your local fire department that is anchored here in town. It's a great combination. We work well together, and it's a great system that we have. And we couldn't do it without CAL FIRE. There's no doubt about it. Before I get in any deeper, I think I'll just leave it there. I did want to speak. I would have never have been able to walk away from this if I didn't get that off my chest, so there you go. Thank you.
Vice President Cliff?
This whole decision is really a decision on a personnel issue of who is going to be a fire chief for a period of time, whether it's permanent or whether it's an interim fire chief. And that responsibility falls to the general manager. And I will give you an example. I was president of this board when a former general manager terminated a fire chief. And that general manager said to me, I'm going to terminate. I said, that is your decision, and you have to bear whatever responsibilities, whatever consequences of that. There were fairly severe consequences. And when Mr. Gruber was appointed general manager, one of the first things he did was come to me and say, I'm going to reappoint Mark Miller. So it was his decision. I told him, I said, you are the responsible party for maintaining personnel in this agency. And he made the decision that he was going to reappoint Mark Miller, and Mark Miller was reappointed and has been a fine fire chief. But it's the general manager's decision, not this board's decision, on the individual who's going to work for the general manager. Now, this is coming to the board because it's a contract with an outside agency. And so we probably have to deal with approving a contract with an outside agency so that the general manager can do what he perceives to be his job. And you know, the problem here is that we're not going to lose any of our firefighters. They're going to be in the exact same position they were in yesterday, and tomorrow they would be in the same position no matter who we hire as an interim fire chief. You know, so it's a decision. I think that we as a board are really have to look at from the standpoint of what does our general manager recommend, and on what basis is he making that recommendation. And I think what he indicated here was he was making that recommendation on the fact that he felt more resources could come to this community by the appointment with CAL FIRE. You know, so basically I am not willing, I haven't on any of the other circumstances we have, willing to take away the general manager's position. If you don't like what the general manager did or is bringing to you, then do away with the general manager. But
you have to understand something.
You don't.
We're all
benefit your case.
listening, and we're all courteous, and let's keep it that way. This has been a great dialogue with everyone here, and we really do have to, I think, give everyone the same respect, truly.
Now, all we would be doing here is if we approve this, is providing an interim management service for our existing fire department for a period of a year, during which time we're going to make a lot of discussions with a lot of people to see where we're going to ultimately end up. And so I don't have a problem with supporting the general manager on this particular issue.
Madam President.
And Director Barringer.
There's a lot of discussion about us going with CAL FIRE. We're not going with CAL FIRE. We're having someone administer us for a while, bringing a depth of management experience. I think that there's a lot of fear about us going with CAL FIRE, and I agree with that. One way to diffuse that fear is to have someone manage, potentially in this contract, for a period of a year, to come up with a recommendation of whether it's Hollingsworth that takes his place or whatever, and get a third outside opinion. And I think that all of the effort that we're going to be doing about trying to deal with the healthcare district and merging those two things, and or CAL FIRE and or whatever, we have a period of time where there's a little bit of an experiment in management and an opportunity to diffuse the fear of us going with CAL FIRE. So it's a management position. It can be, I know, not 120 days. We should say it's a 1-year contract, and we can get rid of that fear and find out, in fact, if that's the better thing or not. To throw in, I don't know, somebody from Los Osos or whatever, just a temporary guy. We can find a fire chief if the general manager doesn't have recommend somebody else. But I don't think that this is an opportunity to diffuse the fear and see what management is like. We could work with a contractor, or we could end that contract right away. We could talk to the other communities that did and didn't do what. It's just a management position. So I'm conflicted on it. Let's just put it that way.
Director Thompson?
Yeah, the comment was made before about the notion of merging services with the health district, and I think that basically it should be noted that that has been something that we, this board, has been long advocating for. I know that I have a sense for the fact that we need to bring our emergency services under one house. I'd like to get the sheriff up here at the same time. The problem with merging with the health department at this time is the fact that while our firefighters could provide paramedic services, the ambulance, the health department employees cannot provide firefighting services. So until there's a change in state law or a waiver of some sort, that merger cannot happen. And so, but if there becomes the opportunity to do that, I'd welcome that, because I think it makes sense to bring everybody together under one roof. The question I have basically is whether or not the services to be provided on this contract are in addition to what's already being provided. And I think Chief Lewin, if you could respond to that, it would give us additional services in addition to what you're already doing at your department.
So if you decide today to go with the with this cooperative agreement for management of your department, on July 16th, I guess would be the day that Chief Miller would be retired, you will see no difference in anything that goes on. We will respond from our fire station in Cambria, and your folks will respond from their station, and the ambulance will respond. And when there's a wildland fire today, it'll be treated the same way as a wildland fire will be in 2 weeks, in 3 weeks. So there isn't a change. What we're going to be able to provide you is, I guess, a time where you can sort out what you want to do with the future of your fire department. That's it. This is, it's not more than that. We're going to manage your department. As you said, the 6 firefighters will remain doing exactly what they do now under their own MOU, under the CSD policies. We'll just be the ones that'll be responsible to make sure they do that, like we do with our employees. That's it.
Thank you. Director Rice?
I have an additional question for Chief Lewin. Chief Miller mentioned that because we're in an SRA and we already have great CAL FIRE services and all the equipment therein, we wouldn't be like, say, be able to swap out our fire truck. So our equipment all stays the same. What we have access to is essentially identical. So the resources don't change. We don't have access to more resources because you're managing our fire department, right?
That's correct.
So that's actually not really a good argument for going that direction. You being, for CAL FIRE having the experience of management, which our captains don't have management other than when Chief Miller is out of town, and so they have to be managing. There's maybe more experience in that sense, but we don't really corral additional resources by going this direction, right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And I would just like this board to consider the fact that if we are going to be looking at how we provide services in this community and having a conversation with the community, maybe already having CAL FIRE in that position would end up being not the best way to get CAL FIRE here if it turns out that that's the best, most cost-effective, best way to provide the service. Maybe it provides a conflict of interest that makes it, I mean, I know CAL FIRE will do everything they can to remain neutral on these things because it is, I understand there is a divide there. We're not becoming CAL FIRE, and so, but I don't see how there couldn't be some sort of conflict of interest there, just like the same way as if we had Bob Putney take the position, there might be a conflict of interest with trying to do something with the healthcare district, which he's a board member of.
So let me just tell you, by policy, CAL FIRE is not allowed to elicit contracts. The only way that I come before you is if you invite me, as you did. And so I'm telling you, I abide by that. I've never advertised a cooperative agreement.
Oh, and I didn't mean to imply that you would.
And wouldn't in the future.
At all. You're entirely professional. I did not in any way mean to imply that you would.
I know. For clarity, not certainly because you have that view, but and the one thing that we can offer during this period is 24/7 emergency response from chief officers, 24/7 duty chief response, a fire prevention bureau that is knowledgeable in law, law enforcement investigators that know how to investigate fires, and those are oftentimes those other things that fire chiefs do.
So those are
is
additional
often the really
resources.
difficult thing when you don't have a fire chief. And so now you certainly can hire somebody that can do all that as well, of course.
And I don't know if we have those people qualified to do those things. So there are additional resources. They just happen to be human resources.
For clarity, and I'll sit down, is however you decide, CAL FIRE is Cambria's friend.
Oh,
okay.
And Cambria is CAL FIRE's
I say that to
friend.
everyone.
Yeah.
And I also just want to make your staff has been nothing but respectful over the last several weeks as we've worked through what's a difficult contracting process, even in the midst of us fighting a major fire in the county.
Yeah.
So,
thank you for that.
One other question. Would we have on this, because you did mention then on human resources that we would have some additional support. What about that of the forester?
Well, you already get the benefit of the best forester that CAL FIRE has, in my opinion, Alan Peters. You see him all the time. He is a registered professional forester. He will be here whether we do this or not, because we do have the SRA responsibilities.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted clarification. Okay.
May I respond to a couple of things, please?
Discussion. Go ahead, Director Weiss.
Thank you very much, President Robinette. I want to be clear, Director Clift. I do not want to tell the general manager who to hire. What I would like to see happen is, I think that what I'm asking is for this board to have a mind to the fact that there are other options that we were not provided, that contracting with an outside agency is a policy decision that maybe we don't want to be making right now, in the light of the fact that we may decide to go down the road to see if we can even get an RFP from CAL FIRE, which is difficult to do. You have to have community support to do it at all if you're going to go in that direction. What I'm saying is this process, playing this process out with a year long and no plan for, are we going to try and find somebody? Are we going to hire somebody right now to go and search for a fire chief? Are we going to just hope that maybe somehow it just transforms magically into something else that we don't even know what it is? I don't see a plan here. And again, my dissatisfaction is not with CAL FIRE. My dissatisfaction is with, this has been known for so long and it has not been addressed. And I haven't spoken, I mean, this is the first time hearing that the fire chief didn't have any part in the discussion about it. And that disturbs me, because we've been trusting we trust our town to Chief Miller, and he wasn't even asked.
Madam President, I just want to really quick.
Yes, Jim.
So this was one of the recommendations, just to kind of encapsulate everything, and this was one of the recommendations from the grand jury. The board strongly supported that recommendation and wrote back in response to the grand jury based on that recommendation. And that's why I think that's an important part of the puzzle that we're not discussing right now. Really that's one of the reasons why we're really here right now today discussing this is if you go back and read my general manager's report, I lay out a specific timeline about when the grand jury was convened. This board took action in April and formed an ad hoc committee. That ad hoc committee made recommendations. Those recommendations were brought back to this board for consideration. The board unanimously supported those recommendations, one of which was CAL FIRE, and we sent those responses back to the grand jury. Now here we are in June, consistent with the policy decisions and the recommendations of what this board has done in the past, and that's kind of why we're here. The last thing I want to do is get in a tit for tat, but I just want to address the strategic plan really closely. As policymakers, and this is the way I want to see things play out in the future, whether it's a SAFER grant or whether it's a local hazard mitigation plan or whether it's a strategic plan, I want those decisions brought to this board or brought to me so I can bring it to you for consideration and deliberation. When you don't do that, it leaves a feeling of, well, you weren't involved in the process. So what I would like to see, whether it's a fire department strategic plan in the future or whether it's an organizational strategic plan or whether I am applying for a grant or somebody else is applying for a grant, is that we need to bring that to the board, needs to come to me, we need to bring it to the board, and the board needs to consider that. And that's how those processes are supposed to play out. In every one of the instances that I just mentioned, that did not occur. And so here we are, saying that we waited till the 11th hour. There are processes. You are the elected officials. And so I want to take this as a learning opportunity. Again, whether it's anything, I don't want my water department, our wastewater department, our facilities department, our admin department, our facilities department making decisions that don't have the board's ability to deliberate and consider into the overall strategic plan of the organization. There are many, many things to consider as it relates to a SAFER grant, for an example. And that, as we've seen with this budget today, the long-term financial implementations and sustainability of those positions. I'm not saying that they're not needed. I'm not saying that that the awarding of the grant wasn't a good thing. I'm just saying that at the end of 2 years, this board's going to have to come up with $630,000 to pay for those positions. So let me just finish, please. All I'm saying is that what I would like to see, this is a new day, what I'd like to see is that no matter what we decide to do, whether it's grants or SAFERs or local hazard mitigation plan, you as the board need the opportunity to be able to be involved in those. Thank you.
And what I want to clarify and make sure I understand what you're saying. You've given 3 different examples. When you say the board is going to be involved, I have worked in public service a lot for a long time, as have some others on the board. I want to make sure I understand. It seems to me that when a department wants to do something, apply for a grant, has another thing that they would like to do and implement, you mean, don't you, that they go to you and that you bring it here for the board to say, yes, green light, go for it, let's see how it goes, not to then be put in the position of it's already happened and then it finally gets to us. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Madam President, and it just eliminates some of the issues with shortfalls in funding as we're experiencing now. But if you look back at the Integrated Regional Water Management Plan and the Prop 84 and some of those things, that was a process. And I'm not saying this to be critical. All I want is that to occur in the future, and I'm confident it will. on the flip side of that, I think people do things for enthusiasm and passion. I mean, I think the grants are written for all the right reasons. I think the conversation of the local hazard mitigation plan is discussed for all the right reasons. And I'm guilty just as anybody else. You know, you get excited and you go and you run with it. But it's important that we all stay grounded and we all make collaborative and collective decisions. And those decisions are the best decisions always.
Can I please finish what I was saying before the general manager?
Yes, Director
interrupted?
Rice.
Thank you very much, President Robinette. I am crystal clear on the issues of personnel, and that is the general manager's prerogative. Believe me. But when I'm presented with a contract from an outside agency, and it doesn't seem like that's going to work for a lot of reasons that have to do mostly with things that are just generally good things to be doing, and that we're being pushed into this at the 6:15 hour now. At the end of it, usually when we have a crowd full, what happens with something's on the end of the agenda, we usually move it up. We didn't move this up. Okay, and this is political. I'm going to be straight up about it. This is political. And I do think that the general manager does intend to do the right thing. And it's not easy to do a contract with CAL FIRE. And I'm sure that they worked on it to make sure that they were getting what they thought that the district needed, and that CAL FIRE was getting what they needed in the agreement. This is a policy. To me, the issue here had more to do with, look, we could go this way or this way. There was no question that somehow we're now contracting out the management of our fire department to an outside agency versus other alternatives that exist. Somebody in the community, whether it's Bob Putney or somebody else, or somebody who's already employed there, who has been working and training and working their way up. This is to me, we are being shoved in a direction that I am not feeling comfortable with. And I feel like this is an ongoing pattern. And part of it is the emergency. I also feel like the fire department kind of gets short shrift. Now, last year, very good reason for it. Drought, immediately, trees were not dying yet as bad, and we had to focus on the water department. We have a lot of repairs to do the wastewater department because we haven't been doing maintenance like we should have been. Okay, there's a lot of issues. Jerry has to juggle a lot of balls and keep a lot of them in the air. And I'm sure that he feels confident that if CAL FIRE takes this over, then he doesn't have to worry about it again, because he didn't have to worry about it because Mark Miller was taking care of it, which is fine. That's what a good general manager should do. Get good managers and then let them do their job. I don't like the idea of, I don't think it advances if this board is even considering trying to get CAL FIRE as the managing agency and having our guys become CAL FIRE employees and going through the process like Los Osos did or Pismo did. I don't necessarily think that having a CAL FIRE battalion chief be our fire chief is the way to go. I do not know what personnel are qualified to do, and I know that our fire department does a lot of things because I've read the strategic plan and a lot of other things that come out of this district about fire. I just urge us, at the very, very least, please, why are we doing a whole year? I don't feel like the general manager is providing us a plan for what he's going to do going forward to make sure that the policies of this board, which are to provide a certain level of service when it comes to fire protection and fire suppression. We have specific policies. This board has policies that have to be implemented by the general manager. That's his job, to do what needs to be done to get it implemented. I don't think this is going to solve that problem. And I don't think that a year-long contract is, right now, I don't feel like this is the right decision for the community, and not just because there's a bunch of people still here after 6 hours. I thought about this long and hard. It's one of the reasons why I didn't have as many questions on the budget and some of the other items on the agenda, because I got my board packet late, and I was really trying to get through this, and we didn't even get the contract until today. I know this is urgent because Mark is leaving, but that's also a ridiculous argument because we could have been doing this a long time ago, and I know we're not, and we can't go backwards.
Madam President,
but
the contract was the same as it was that was distributed 2 days earlier. The only thing was the addendum E, which was
I didn't
2
have
lines.
I didn't have anything under D in my binder.
E.
I wanted to ask something for clarification, too. I keep hearing it, so I hear two different versions. My understanding was that, we keep saying, why are we doing this second? And I think certainly that what we're doing is certainly a viable situation. However, I was under the impression that the chief was retiring in October.
That's correct. If you look at the staff report,
He's taking his time.
if you look at the staff report, it says this. On March 3rd, Chief Miller turned in a personal action form indicating that his retirement from service as a fire chief from the CCSD Fire Department would be effective October 1st. On June 6, 2015, 2 leave and absent overtime request forms were received from Chief Miller. The first request reform accrued leave from 7/20/15 to 8/6/15, and the second leave absent overtime request form used to accrue vacation time was from 8/10/15 to 9/15/15. Both forms were approved by the general manager. So from March 3rd, I got the personal action form, and I have emails prior to this, but I didn't think I would incorporate them. I have several emails in my database that reach out to Chief and say, you really need to let me know when you're retiring. Several of them. So finally on March 3rd, I got the PAF saying that he'd retire on October, and then on June 6th. Assuming that he was going to retire in October, probably take some leave. On June 6th, I received 2 forms that I approved, essentially saying that from the 7th of or 7/20/15 through 8/6/15, and then 8/10/15 through 9/15/15, he would be using his leave. So it kind of left me in left us in an awkward position.
Thank you. Further board discussion?
Yeah.
Motion?
I move that we adopt Resolution 25/2015, approving an agreement with the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection for CCSD Fire Department Management Services.
Do we have a second? It's been moved and seconded that we approve this. Adopting Resolution 25/2015. Ready for the question? Any further discussion? No further discussion? Yes.
I think no one's going to get fired by this one. Well, maybe.
Okay, we're ready? Okay, roll call, please.
Director Clift?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
Director Berenger?
Aye.
Director Rice? President Robinette?
Aye. Motion carries 4-1. Okay, we have a couple more things on the item, on the agenda. So we need to finish up here because we still have a meeting after. Okay. Well, I do now. I do. Okay, let's finish the rest of the agenda, please. Okay, here we are. Okay, now we're back to then 10. Of course, there was no public comment that carried over from earlier today. And then future agenda items. Are there any from anyone to make General Manager Gruber?
Well, so far we have a special board meeting, and that's on July 7th, and there's 2 items on there, the chief's proclamation, and then to put on the tax roll the people, correct me if I'm wrong, that haven't done their weed abatement, so they can move forward with putting that. I think there's probably maybe 2 or 3 other things that have been discussed, but I don't recall what they were. So those are the only 2 items on the special July meeting. If there's anything else, the board's pleasure, how long of a meeting you want this to be, but I thought there was 2 or 3 other things that had been tossed my way that you might want to put on there.
What time?
I think we have it at 12:30, so we can have it whenever the board wants to have it. It's a
Thursday. Okay, 12:30 is all right with everyone? Oh.
We've already advertised it. It's 12:30, so.
Well, I'll be absent, unfortunately.
Tuesday's the 7th. Is that correct?
Referring to as we've sent public notices regarding that one item, not the agenda itself. So, public hearing, yes, ma'am.
We need to have it at 12:30? All right. If it's already done, then we can talk at that time for future agenda items. So having no other future agenda items, we will be now adjourning to closed session. And yes.
I want to do this right, Madam President.
Okay.
We'll be adjourning to closed session. This is item 12 on your agenda. We'll only be considering item 12A. B and C will be deferred to another time. The actual item is conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam.
Okay, meeting is adjourned? No. Any public comment on closed session? Hearing none, meeting is adjourned.